my human beings, my Balians, you know, my Merbalians. Happy summer, I guess. Not that it matters much to me, but you know, time is a human construct, and well, sometimes it seems like it's going faster, and sometimes it seems like it's going slower. And I can tell you, even though I see the dates and everything moving very quickly, what seems to be is I feel things around me are moving at a snail's pace, right? Like the magnetism and the frequencies and the catch up. However, I see the world and the linear time frame moving rapido, very quickly. So, anyways, let us call in a nice, beautiful protection spell. Dear universe, source, creator, spirit guides, angels, ancestors, ancient deities, ascended masters, archangels, elementals, animals, mantis, galactic. So, since they want to ruin, uh, you can hear me? Okay, good, you can hear me. So, I just want to make it clear that under no circumstance have I given anybody the availability to use my picture. So, anybody using my voice, my imagery, my picture, my sound, trying to copy or reproduce. You know how I know you're gay? Because you ain't got nothing better to do than to try to ruin my day. Boop, boop, be doop. Anyways, to all my haters, I got so much more. Be the same without you. Clearly. So, again, for the third time, blessings and salutations to everyone since they want to ruin the prayer. Dear universe, source, creator, spirit guides, angels, ancestors, ancient deities, ascended masters, galactic federation of love light, mantises, archangels, elementals, animals, mantis, and all the highest vibrational beings. I call the undead, the dead, the legions of angels, and everyone to come in and protect me and the collective, and to wreak havoc and to incinerate anything that these people that want to attack love, whether that is their family, their children, their fucking vehicles, whatever it is. So mote it be. Now, we're going to ask our dear guides and ancestors, anybody that has any ill will, hate, or anything bad to say using me or my collective's name in their mouth, or any ill will or intent, may that be returned to us. May you transmute that energy for us into health, wealth, abundance, and love. So mote it be. And may any handling, monitoring spirits, energies, entities, masturbators, may any of them have 100-fold of their ill will intentions return to sender, sent back, back. So mote it be. So, anyways, incinerate all the hate, remove the parasitic from our nature. Hey, turds, you smell like shit. You ain't got nothing better than to fuck with shit. You want to fuck with it? We're going to fuck around and find out. Right now. Relentless. These bitches. You see this fool? He's on camera, right? You got everyone's license plates lit up tonight. Oh, it'll be a sight to see. Oh, you want to sing? Oh, you guys want to hear something? Oh, bro, I've been making rhymes. I got stamina. I can go all night longer than your grandma has been alive, bitch. Said this one's too hot, that one's too cold, but this one is just right, and that bitch is old. The longer it takes, the longer I go. Where we stop and when we stop ain't never gonna go. I go all night long, all night, all night, all night long. You want me to sing? Cause I can yell and I can scream. That's what you gotta hear. You wanna fuck with it? You gonna find out. Hello, Amy. Hello, Mary. You know what demons hate? They hate bells. They hate chimes. They hate ringing. They hate rhymes. They hate singing. So I just do this. You know, when they want to fuck with my flow, I'll fuck with your flow too, bitch. I used to work for the electric company. I know how to switch off all your shit. And guess what? It's a holiday, so you're going to be hot as fuck because they ain't going to come back to fix it. Let's go. Play games, fuck around and find out. Hey, Diddy. So, anyways, I just been writing for days. I mean, I write almost every day. I do my best. Can you guys still hear? Okay, you can hear me. Good. So I'm not gonna read the whole rhyme that I wrote. I'm just gonna read you the intro or the hook or the melody, whatever you want to call it. I haven't decided because there's some good shit in here, but you know, whatever. I'll just give you a line. Community, you know these people who offer you the support when you need? At least that's how it's supposed to be. This is gonna be the hook. Or maybe just the chorus, you know? And so I've been writing a lot of you know, it gets pretty in depth. But I've been writing a lot about some different stuff, what's going on. And not just Like I have hella books of rhymes, but also I write them on my phone. I used to do it on my tablet with a little keyboard because it was faster. Because I realized when I'm actually writing spells, it slows me down and it gets really depending on who I'm channeling. I channel a lot of what do you call it? I would think like passed on poets or musicians or something like this, many of them. And when you're open and you're in tune, they really love to come through. And when I really started noticing it was probably about 10 or 15 years ago when I would write, I would start writing and it would be like the information would be coming so fast that um I would be trying to get it out. But what I started noticing is as I was looking in my notebooks, the content, the content, the directive, the intent, and even the handwriting would change depending on the spirit or whoever I was channeling or was coming through me was giving me the downloads, right? And so that's when I really realized that there's actually like a whole, like I have a whole team, you know. Before I thought it was like, like 3 to 5 or whatever, but like I basically have like an entire council, like an entire team. And some people have seen me when I've come in and done different things and like different sessions and stuff. And many practitioners, healers, healing practitioners would see like all of the spirit guides and even the priests and stuff like this. They see it all, and they always trip out. They're just like, I never seen the like, who are you? Who are you? Because they never seen somebody with like a whole fucking collective of spirits. Like most people have like a few angels or something like this, or like guides. If you're more like a healer or like shaman, shamina, something like this, you're gonna have like 3 to 5 minimally that are sitting with you, and they're gonna look very prominently different. Um, so, anyways, the reality is there's a lot of energy that's moving right now, especially during summer. There's a lot of energy where people are, they're going out, they're partying, they're gathering together, and as I started to kind of like tune into it, I was kind of like, you know, to be honest, stepping away from musical communities and stuff like that because I realized how much I considered all these other people my family, how much I gave and I gave and I gave, just like my actual family, right? And the reality is users and takers will use and take and take and take until there's nothing left and then just fucking discard. Um, they look at you like an object. They treat you as something they can get. And this is very like the ongoing narcissist versus empath relationship bonding, right? This is like super standard. And the narcissists are basically like the people that are out here, that are parasitic in nature, right? They're takers. They're concerned about what they can get. They're more concerned about making the buck than helping, you know, than helping somebody. And yeah, it's just interesting because I've just cut and removed, and can I say I would highly suggest it to anybody. All these type of peoples and energies and stuff like this, like out of my reality, like don't exist. Poof, be gone. We need people that show up. We need people that understand us. And the reality is, my God, everybody was really banking on the fact that for sure, even though I haven't gone out like really, except for maybe like 2 things, and in a year's time, in a fucking year's time, the last real big event that I went to was this festival last year. And we're gonna bust out the Thoth deck today, my dude. Um, this was my first tarot deck. And the reality is the community is about coming together in unity. And if we are, I won't say if people are more concerned, right, if their directive is more how other people see them, if their directive is more, I want to get in with the cool kids crew, then like do what's right, then you got some fucking shit coming for you quickly. These aren't good. We have death with the swiftness. Okay. So for some of you guys, this can be a physical death if you put weird death magic or something else like this, right? You could be coming in. You may be getting some messages that someone has passed, that someone is sick, that someone is dying, or these people could be getting a swift kick in the ass that is a strong ego death. See this? See that sickle? See him fucking chopping people down? Look at that. See that little Scorpio down there? So what I see this as is, oh, nice. I love this. What I see this as is kind of like there's a couple energies. The first energy is like fuck around and find out. Hey, Cole, fuck around and find out. The second energy is um, it's a same only different, and it's like it's not like you reap what you sow, but it's kind of like that. But it's like I don't know how to explain it. Like stupid is a stupid does, you know, like play stupid games, win stupid prizes, essentially. And it's like if you wanted to, it's like test the system. It's literally like fuck around and find out. That's really the best way I can say it, right? If you want to interfere with something, interference. Okay. If somebody wants to interfere with something that isn't their fucking business, okay, what's going to happen is these people try to cause interference. They try to block something. They try to get collective in this mental fuck, right? Just like you see, just like every one of my lives, these motherfuckers, right? These neighbors, whatever, they're going to prison. They're going to prison. And they're just waiting. They're just seeing how many times they need to be warned. So they're aware that the gang stalking and the harassing and the fucking cloning the phone and all of this bullshit is interference. And they're causing interference from a divine directive, from a prophetic message, right? Like somebody was on here talking about last night, like, oh, well, blah, 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 and this and that, and da, da, and these people keep doing it. It's like, okay, bro, like, great. While I have compassion for you, also, like, you still have the capacity to be online and speaking to people. You still have a house that you're worried about people breaking. And like, you're literally better than 75%. You have more than 75% of the fucking rest of the world. And you're complaining. And because you're complaining, shit ain't working out. Now, I had this interesting it's a power move, right? It's like people want to be in control. They want to hold on to shit. They want to be in control. And although, for instance, although life begins outside of our comfort zone and we have to learn to let go, we also have to understand that the power play is sometimes to protect ourselves, not staying overprotective completely, but to protect ourselves, to protect our peace, to hold and to keep our peace, to keep our nervous system regulated, because these people are relentless. They want to have power or control. If they allow you to get in now let's just be real. So, to the dipshit ass motherfucking Indonesians that are in the vicinity tapping my shit, okay? I am a physically handicapped person. So when you attack or when you interfere, you're breaking 5 laws in Indonesia. 5 laws in Indonesia. Why? Because it's well known that my condition causes aneurysms that can lead to death. So not only are you breaking 5 laws that are chargeable without even fucking touching me, on top of that, you're now going to be charged for attempted manslaughter. Attempted manslaughter. That's what you're doing. Because you're fucking with someone who is handicapped that cannot be raised. into stress or anxiety. And if you're the one causing that, bitch, you're going away for life. That's attempted manslaughter. Earth to fucking dipshits. Attempted manslaughter. On top of attacking handicapped people. I'm not mentally handicapped. I'm physically handicapped because it's a physical problem. So you feel big and tough for attacking a handicapped person, because that's you're gonna go to prison. You're gonna go to prison, and you're gonna go to prison, and you're gonna go to prison, and you're gonna get raped in the ass, and you're gonna get raped in the ass, and you're gonna get raped in the ass. So you want to interfere? Let's go. You want to do a power play? Let's go. Because here's the thing. Collective, yeah, this is this Jezebel spirit energy. Again, relentless, right? Dumb fucking bitch. They're coming to get you. Not you, collective. They're coming to get this bitch. She may already be in jail. Somebody's already in jail, or someone is getting picked up. They're going to get her. This isn't me, right? just double checking. Just playing with you guys. But no, someone is rushing in because someone was trying to cause interference or a power play to block this from happening, to block this victory. They did not want someone to be victorious. They did not want someone to have protection. They did not want someone to have defense. They wanted to block and take someone's defenses down. So guess what's going to happen to them? All those people that they thought, whoever they work for, whoever they took the fucking hit from, whatever the bullshit, all those people that they thought, oh, I can call, all those people are like, oh yeah, I'm high up. Oh, I'm a judge. Oh, I'm a, oh, they sold your ass for less time, you fucking idiots. And when you get arrested, that judge is gone. You already paid? Oh, they're gone already. Already arrested. Oh, that lawyer already rebuked. Already lost their license. But they're still sitting here playing the game, so you guys feel a little bit safe because they want to see how far you're going to push it. Push it real good. They're pushing it. They're pushing it right over the fucking cliff. They're going hard, okay? Like, this energy is intense today. They want to rise my energy. Let's go. Let's tap in. What's the drama? Oh, you are the drama? Am I the drama? Yes, bitch, cunt, whore, monitoring spirits. You're the drama. And that shit's going to come back, and it's going to get you and your mama. Watch out for that slap back. Hello, beautiful souls. Gabriella, nice to see you. Okay, yeah. So where these people are attempting to keep you in oppression, right? These 10 of Wands, right? They're trying to give you more work. They're trying to keep you in oppression. They're about to lose their job. Not only are they no longer the oppressors, but they're going to go into the oppression that they were attempting to put on collective. Everything they do is being returned to them 10 to 100 fold. 10 to 100 fold. Gabriella, oh no, you think you lose your job. Well, I hope you didn't do anything bad to other people to deserve it. And if people let you go from your job, like, this is what I feel like. Take it as divine redirection. If you're a good soul and you're not doing anything, if there's no karmatic imbalance that you personally feel like you need to worry about, then stop to worry about it. Like, number one, can I just say that? Like, it gives me so many goosebumps. You're very welcome, because here's the thing. They want to keep you in this state. They want to keep you in stress, in fear, in scarcity, in lack, in separation, because if they keep you like that, then you can't be full of love, because love, look, it gives me so many fucking goosebumps, you guys, because love emanates out farther than anything. Like, literally, we create a whole entire, like, field around us, and it can literally go out to like 4 or 5 kilometers, like 4 miles or something. Like, it's a large radius. So if they keep you, discontent, if they keep you in a state of dis-ease, right? Stressing about where's money going to come from? Am I going to lose my job? Or am I not good enough? Did I do something wrong? Stop looking at it like that. Think of rejection. If you are a divine individual and you're a good person and you didn't do anything to hurt anybody else and you didn't do anything wrong, even if you showed up later, you didn't, whatever, that doesn't matter. If in your soul you are a good person, and I don't mean like, well, I'm a good person, I only fuck people over sometimes. Like, no, if you're actually like a good person and you do your best to do the best on a consistent basis, then don't worry about anything else because all of it is just fucking noise. They're just literally trying to get in your mind to plant this little bug so you're conscious. So you start being like, well, I did something wrong. Well, I'm not good enough. Well, I'm too old. Well, I wasn't as fast enough. Or I'm not using, I see all these fucking dumb ads about, well, if you were using AI, fuck that shit. Do not. Don't do it. Stop doing it. Like, if you had some type of rejection or you feel some type of rejection or something coming on, find the positive aspect in it. And I'm not talking about positively spiritually bypassing. I'm saying look at it like this. Anybody who doesn't appreciate your worth, any job, any person, any human, any place, any family member, any friend, any location that doesn't appreciate your worth and your energy, then fuck them. Fuck them anyways. I mean, not like fuck them, but like, do you understand? Because that's what they want to do is they want to keep you in a state of doubt. They want to keep you in a state of blah, blah, blah. Like that's why they cut my video off like fucking 7 times in the beginning. Why? Because they want me to say I'm fucking over it. But guess what, bitch? The only thing I'm over is dumb motherfuckers like them. And you know what? All they're doing is they're adding salt to their own wound, not to mine. Because these bitches got to get up and go to work in the fucking morning. And I can be here all night long, all night, all night long, all night. So when you fuck up my feed for 30 minutes to an hour, I'm going to go twice as long. No worries. Special for you. But yeah, that's just how it is, right? And just look at something, put it in a different space. Put it, find the, okay, well, that's cool because here's the thing. So I started noticing things like this would happen to me, right? To Gabriella, right? And you learn to paint a soul picture and that makes you so this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, look, it gave me goosebumps. So literally, look. So here's the thing. When shit like this used to happen to me, and I'm not saying I'm fucking perfect. I'm far from perfect. I'm just here sharing my story and my energy and channeling other energies to help the collective. That's it, right? I'm not no better or worse. Like you and I, we're not so different. We're all in the same storm. Maybe a different boat, but the same fucking storm. Okay. So, and we're tapped into this collective conscious creation. And so when things like this would happen to me, I'd be like, huh, that's interesting. And then I'd have to check myself and think about it, right? Like when they beached my boat, right? I didn't fucking deserve that shit. However, I look at it like this. This is what I did is I went back and I was like, how could this happen? I manifested all these things and I was doing so good and blah blah blah. And I'm fucking looking at all the things like this, like that. I did all the right things. Like what happened? And then I realized, oh, you dumb beach, you have been saying literally for over a year and a half, I think I'm gonna need a bigger boat. And like I was serious, but I was also joking, right? But the thing is I kept asking source, I kept asking divine, like, I'm gonna need a bigger boat, and they're like, okay, well, make space, make space, make space. And though even though I cleared, and thank God, right? I used to have my whole sewing studio, all my machines, fabric, all kinds of stuff on my boat. And they're like, make space, make space. And so I thought someone was coming. At first I thought I was just making space for another human. Um, and then that didn't happen. And I was like, oh, okay. And then when the boat got beached, and it was just all of the boat stuff, right? Except for my cards. Actually, the really funny thing is the cards, my bag of cards was floating on top of all of the stuff, like the whole boat, like there was like a fucking meter plus of water in it, right? And um, the cards were floating on something that had fallen off, slid off the table, and they're floating on top of everything. Everything else was fucking soaked, was destroyed, except for the bag of cards. And I had some of these cards. I had a few of these cards, and um, it was like Kali. I think it was like Kali, Kuan Yin, and um, Isis, right? And I was like, this is a pretty heavy hitting like spread of the light keepers, right? The keepers of the light. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. We're gonna put it up here. And I would put them on these, there was like these wooden little wooden runners on the edge of the boat, and they would keep just it was just like a tiny little lip, so it would keep anything that was on the ledge from falling off, right? And so I would stick them in this little edge. And even though everything came off of these ledges and everything was soaked that was on the ledges, these cards were not wet, and the bag of all the cards was floating on top, like literally, like the boat was like and it's just floating on top of all the stuff. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm glad I got my stuff to safety, but I'm like, cool, okay. And so I started stoking myself out because I was like, oh, this means like I'm just making space, right? I didn't spiritually bypass it, but I tried to find the positive in it, telling myself, well, if you were so attached to the smaller boat, then you would never be able to let go in order to make the space to get the bigger boat. And so basically, like it did two things. One, it made my boat super fucking light, which is probably why it's taking me forever to fucking sail because I think the amount of weight actually, even though I think before, like lighter the better, like no, I had a lead keel. So I think when I had more of the weight like distributed and all this stuff, like I think it actually pulled me faster, something like this, right? Like maybe it created more inertia with the air. I don't, whatever. But this is what I would do. If there was a job, if there was something that I'd lose, I'd be like, oh, cool. I kept saying, like, "Ah, I need a better job in this. I want a job like in this area, or I want a job doing this or something else. Right. And then it would be like something would happen. I'd be like, well, I didn't mean right now. I meant like, I would like to find that. And so I'm not suffering in the middle. And they're just like, no, 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 that's not how it works. You put in the order. Now you have to surrender. Right. Like this is the way, what do they call it? The law of attraction works. Right. Abraham Hicks talks about this all the time. And she's just like, you think of what you want, you ask the universe, you give gratitude, and then you release it to the universe and you don't fucking hyperfixate on it so it can come back. So the frequency, then you match the frequency. And when you match the frequency, it comes back to you, right? So, anyways, you just have to look at a little bit of this as a bit of redirection. So it's not rejection, it's redirection, if that makes sense. Hey, Steph. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nothing changes when nothing good comes of it. That's right. You are very lovely. I bet you are a very lovely person. You seem like it. I feel like if you're here and you're not talking shit, then you're probably an okay person. Your intuition. Thank you for your funny words. You make me laugh. You know what? You're like, that's the thing is like, that's why I start doing the bowl and doing all this other when they start being dumb because I could be like, fuck you, motherfucker. Like I was like, I'm about to fucking fry out your power box. And guess what? The next thing I know, I heard the dude opening the door. The shit turns off. He's not checked in. He's opening the door. He's doing something like whatever. I'm just like, oh yeah, all of a sudden, huh? Go figure. You just came outside to make sure I didn't fuck your shit up because you know that you're fucking my shit up. So otherwise, you wouldn't be worried, would you? So like you got to play with it, right? Like they want to fuck you up. Like whoever was on here last night, I have terrible short-term memory, so forgive me. But whoever was on here last night, she was saying the same thing. She was just like, "Oh, but this and that." And I'm just like, "Well, I can't dance. I'm worried, I got to worry about people breaking into my house." I'm like, "Bro, when people were fucking breaking into my house, like I fucking turned up the music and I was dancing and fucking singing and being loud as fuck. Why? Because if someone did break in and try to fucking off me, they would be like, what happened to the loud ass homegirl that's like singing all the time and fucking like DJing for the whole village all the time, right? Like they'd be like, eventually they would come and check, right? I mean, you gotta. you got to go with what you got. You got to stop to hyper fixate on the bad thing that happened and look at map back where you asked for something to be better for you, whether that's your job where you're just like, I don't really like these people. Like maybe you don't, maybe you liked your job, but maybe the people that were there weren't paying you enough. Maybe they disrespected you. Maybe they're like leaving you on the edge. Like maybe they're gonna fire you or not. You don't know. But like fuck that. You don't need that. We don't need that. 0%. We don't fucking need that. Why do dumb people think they are smart? I don't know. I don't know. Like, you know, so something, the woman who raised me, I don't know if she's my fucking mother or not. I wouldn't really call her my mother, but whatever. She used to say, why do these idiots do this? And she would be like, I'm in the same position as you. Like, I use my brain, so I really can't wrap my head around it. And do you want to waste your actual thought process on people that don't have that capacity? Because the chances are you're not going to be able to figure out what the people with their heads up their ass are doing, because it doesn't make sense. The reason why you can't figure out why they did it is because there is no reason, because it doesn't make sense and it's never going to make sense. So just take a step back and say, do you care? Do you really want to know why they're stupid? Or is that going to dumb you down? And like, even though it's kind of harsh, it's also very true, right? Like you're like, damn, you're right. Like, do I really, like, what does it say me onto the like, I don't my to be up the anus, you know, if that's where, you know, what do you used to call it? Anal cranial. You know, someone's got their head up their ass again. But what is this soul picture? What is the soul picture? I don't know. I probably had LinkedIn like a lot of years ago, but I literally worked for myself long. The last, I think, like company that I was on payroll, and I'd like um haters, motherfucking perpetrators. Can you hear me still? Okay. So the last company was called 86 Technologies, and I thought it was fucking hilarious because we like to see, bro. Because we want to see, because all the time that they take away from me, they got to pay me per minute. And out here, that's kind of a lot. That's a hard pay, because if I make like $360 an hour, they're disrupting my shit, and I'm losing my. You ain't never gonna get back. With your Cracker Jacks ain't got no filler. Can I get a filler? Filler? Excuse me, Miss Miller. Hold on, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. You're very welcome, of course. Of course. Yes, that's just how we do it. I'm gonna do it 6 feet because niggas wanna fight. Let's go. Imagine images of the soul emerge either before or after contact with the afterlife. Some people are scary about channel. Wow. That's fucking cool. So this is something that you do? I'm interested. Gabriella. Go Instagram. They got me hacked. They want me to go feral tonight. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna be like my buddy Will, feral. So anyways, you cunts made me miss my fucking festival. I'll be playing music. If you want me to do what you do and turn on the speaker, I'll be anyways. Jaya technique. Tech dick. So what do you guys think? Should we get the private eyes to come in and flatten their tires? Because that's going to make it really hard for them to get to work tomorrow, isn't it? Laugh now, cry later. Oh, you only have LinkedIn. I don't have LinkedIn, but you can find my email. My emails are below. You can find my email. You can try to send me an email. I haven't really been getting them, so I'm not sure if it will go through or not, but try to put something in the headline that doesn't look fucking sketchy, I guess. That looks like something like this, right? I don't know. So anyways, you gotta watch out for these fucking Satan, these devil fucks, right? They devils. Look at this. Let's look at this card. They're trapped. This is like the demiurge. They're here in these lower planes. They're trapped. They're trapped. Jealous. Like they're just literally hating because literally I come on for like an hour to 2 hours a night and I get thousands to come through and to join in on the conversation and they can't fucking stand it because they can't stand it. You know, you planned it. So these people are lying. Secrets and lies. There is something that this is like a hidden occult, okay? For me, this is people that tried to oppress you, people that tried to block your victory with this Queen of Wands energy in reverse, this power and this interference, okay? What I see here, and then the devil, and then something hidden, what this tells me is this secret society, ooh, the leader died, okay? They were not successful in taking you down. Unsuccessful. My email is the same as the name of my channel, DivinityWithinThee, THEE, at Gmail. So they're unsuccessful. They were not successful at the job that they were trying to do. And not only that, but they're now getting their money taken away from them, right? Because this is like the giving and receiving. Well, they were giving it. They were trying to give it to you. They were trying to, if you know what I mean. But you weren't receiving it. It's like you blocked it, collective. You blocked it. Okay. Again, this could have been the hermit. You removed your ass. And where they initially wanted you to be like in isolation and they thought that it would fuck you up, collective, you're like fucking thriving. You're like, thanks. Delete yourself. Block me. Remove yourself as my friend. Fire me from the dumbass job I don't fucking want anymore. Because what it does is it makes space for me to say, oh, a whole new world. Because you can find yourself. Because the people that don't have the capacity to go and sit within themselves, like I've literally spent like other than maybe like conglomeratively like a few weeks around other people, okay, let's say 1 month, I have been by myself for a fucking year, for a year straight, sitting, lock my accounts, my phones, everything disconnected, and like, look at me. So if I can do it in a fucking third world country, you know, like this chick was talking about last night, oh, these things are happening. I'm just like, bitch, you're in your same country where you come from. You can go and get a job anywhere you want. Like when I was over here starving, like people don't seem to understand. I can't just go and get a job. It doesn't work like that. I'm not legally allowed to work in this country except for online. Pay. Otherwise, you can go to prison for it. It's not a joke. So when people are like, you need to work harder. You need to do, bitch, this ain't fucking America. This ain't Europe. This ain't a fucking first world or second world country. This is a third world country. And I'll tell you what, I ain't the one. I ain't the one gonna be going to jail out here. I did that enough for my ex when he was fucking locked up. You think a motherfucker would learn their lesson, but they didn't. So that's what you get. So, anyways, collective. It's like they were trying to plan some secret thing. They still had some secret like attack that they were trying to plan on you. Okay. They tried to do something on the moon. Okay. They did some weird ritual that backfired on the full moon and then again just on the new moon. See these two moons? And they were unsuccessful. You're like blocked. Okay. Not only are you potentially hiding or have removed yourself from a lot of things, but it's like you're spiritually protected. You are literally like, can't touch this. Can't touch this. Like they are completely unsuccessful at doing it. Where they thought that they were big and fucking scary, like they're just little ants. It's like a little roach. I could fucking smash you with my shoe. You know what I'm saying? So again, this can be like I said, I decided to not go to this space where I knew, like, bro, these people that are the management at the place of shit but hoes and tricks because they lick on the nuts and they suck the dick. Said bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. So, anyways, let me make sure you guys can hear me because now we know who it is. Now we know. So, anyways, okay. Rude girl. Rude girl. So, the people who running the management at the place used to have my ex over there so they could put shit in their face. I'm gonna make a rhyme because we in paradise, we're in tropical climate, but they were ordering up the snowy ice. So you know what I have to say is fuck you and fuck your day. Fuck your job, by the way. Fuck your place because fuck your couch and fuck your face. You were unsuccessful. And now you're going to pay. Retribution, bitches. So anyways, this motherfucker had all these people out here coming after me to poison me and to do all this shit. So why the fuck would I go to a place where I can't eat food or drink or relax in a space? So when all my drum and bass heads that came over here from the other side of the world to see me and to be part and to be supporting as my community, go talk to the management and stick it to them because there's problems that I ain't gonna deal with because I got people for that. I got people for that. Revenge. This was the other thing. I don't know why. This night of this just reminded me. First one is fuck around and find out. Second one is revenge is a dish best served cold. Scorpionic energy. We don't sting right away. We let it go so many days, so many ways, so much time that you guys thought that you won. Woo! And then when you're out there and you're fucked up and you're having your fun and you got your noses in the Boo, boo! That's the sound of the police said, boo, boo! You couldn't pay these fees. Boo, boo! Bitches better run, said, boo, boo! No hiding in the sun. That's art, bitch. That's art. So we're creating a new world. We're creating a new place where people ain't perpetrating. And so for many of you guys, like I said, they're unsuccessful in this last secret fucking demonic mission that they had because they couldn't be successful because you guys said, I ain't fucking playing the game. And when you don't play the game because you're like, nah, bitch, I'm just going to make art, but I ain't even going to show anybody the art that I make. I ain't even going to hop up on stage to demonstrate. Not unless all of them are locked the fuck away. Pew, pew! That's the sound of the police. Said pew, pew. For real. You guys are about to see some shit you ain't never seen before. You gonna shit your pants and it's dropping to the floor. You guys, the fucking ancestors be fucking laughing like they're tapped into some. I would assume that some people that I know are probably down at the festival and they're maybe drinking or doing something because I'm fucking tapping into it, like this whole thing, and it's funny as fuck. Okay, so this art card, art card. Um, so this is okay. So in the Thoth deck, he changed a couple of the cards, and there was like this big fucking crazy thing that happened in the whole tarot world, and a lot of people had a lot of hate. However, Thoth, this deck, the Thoth deck, right, was based off of the actual like Hermeticism and like very regimented stuff from the from what do you call it? From the Emerald Tablets. If you guys really want to check out a text, and like you can find audio on YouTube all day, you can find audio, okay? The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, okay? And don't take the revise or reprise, whatever. Like go to the actual factual Emerald Tablets. And that's what this deck was actually created after. And it's basically encompassing so much Hermeticism, like all this information that he put in these cards, and he went hard basing it off of this. And I just want to say, like, to a lot of people, I think a lot of people got a bad taste in their mouth as far as like hermetics, tarot, different things like this go, right? And the reason why is due to my dude here, to this dude here. You guys have probably heard of him here, Aleister Crowley. Okay. So he was like a high level master mason and magician. The problem is he so what they started to realize, okay, here's the thing. They want me to break it down. They wanted me to bust out this deck. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about it. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Ooh, baby. Okay. So he worked for a very long time and was very intense with this artist to create this. And the reason why a lot of people have this negative connotation is because when he started to get deeper and deeper into the channeling and stuff like this, what he started to realize, they started to realize, okay, we can start working with other types of magic. We can start working with Jezebel spirit, sex magic, and other things like this. Now, they also found out that you could get deeper states of connectivity, of course, when you're fucking lit, right? When you're really on one. And so the reason why people thought that they were so bad is probably rightfully so, because they used to get really fucking litty, like beyond what we understand, and they would channel, and then they would dance and they would do their fucking rituals and stuff like this, and do like orgies and weird shit. And so this is a large reason why churches, religions, and stuff like this are so against the tarot, right? Now, this is basically, and the reason why I say this, right, is not because this deck is fucking evil or satanic, right? It's not, okay? It's, the reality is like what's going on in the world right now, right? So this is why I tell people all the time, like practicing celibacy, like practicing like cyclical fasting and different things like this is super important. And the reason why is because there's so many entities and energies that can enter me, can enter you, can enter thee, right? and they want to hop on. They're looking for um they're looking for vessels to overtake. Let's just say it. That's the nicest way I can say it. They're looking to joyride. They're looking to hop in because as spirits or entities, they don't have the ability to do stuff in the physical reality unless you're a unless you're an addict, like it can be a sex addict, porn addict, video game, whatever. Like it can be lots of different forms. You could be addicted to food. You could be addicted to fucking lying. You could be a pathological liar. Who knows? But when you feed these fears, these lies, this unworthy sex is sacred energy exchange. When you start feeding these things, you're feeding an entity and a being. Okay. And so this is basically what happened. Now, they were pretty high level. So he thought that it was great working with some of these entities, but it's like when people do, for instance, right? Divination is not necessarily bad, right? All the information that people created, they put in the tarot cards to pass down. And the reason why is because otherwise people were being burned alive to hide the information. So they created a game and they put all of the hermeticism, all of the stuff. That way it would be able to be found by higher level wisdom people and they would be able to understand what was actually going on, right? So the tarot isn't actually about predicting or reading the future. It's really about the hero's journey, the fool's journey, the fool who obtains knowledge. And it's about all the things that happen to you along the way. And it's basically the path to enlightenment, the path to gnosis, right? So even though, yes, we can predict future, and even though we can see things, and even though we can understand them, and it can be helpful and it can be a guide to us, it's not the initial way that it was actually meant to be used. Okay. Um, so for instance, there's other types of divination, right? Like the Ouija board. I never touched that shit. I mean, I did probably when I was like 12. No, when I was probably like 14 or 15. Okay, of course. Um, but when we did that and we asked it some random question, which was really funny because at the time they asked it like what did we ask it? Oh, like what my father's name was, right? And everybody thought at that time that my stepdad was my father. Nobody knew any different, right? Nobody knew any different. And so when it actually spelled out like the birth father's name, everybody was like, "Oh, this shit's bullshit." And I was like, and they're like, "What are you tripping on?" And I'm like, "Actually, that's my stepdad. This is my actual father's name." Like, and I was like, legitimate, right? Because actually he had like a name that was passed down to him that is actually his first name, the same as my brother, right? And so actually the name it spelled out was a name that he goes by, not his actual fucking name, which is even more intense. And so at that point I was like, nah, because when we tried to ask who we were dealing with, the energies would always be different. Like it's basically like a Russian roulette of how you're receiving guidance. I don't do that. That's why you see me. That's why they always try to fuck up the prayer in the beginning. They want to fuck up the prayer, the protection spell, right? And the reality is I don't deal with unknown spirits, beings, or entities. I block that. I can't block that. I can't chop that real quick. I ain't doing that, right? I don't do dark divination. I don't do dark magic. I don't do that shit. Will not, don't want it. I don't need that type of fucking karma. It took me lifetimes to clear my karma. And I'm over here like this. This Queen of Cups really wants to come out. So, um, and this is basically like someone that's understood like how to respect, how to see the future, how to respect the future, how to use it properly, and how to do what's right. Okay, the Aeon just fucking fell out of the deck random. Okay, and how to complete, right? Like yesterday we were talking about this, like we don't tap in, right? Like I don't like to do readings tapping into other people's energy that's not in front of me. Why? Because it's against magic law and rule to fuck with people's free will. Now accessing their energetic field without their permission is not okay. That's invasion of privacy. That is fucking with somebody's field and somebody's energy space and somebody's free will and tapping into something that, like is not allowed, just like doing weird spells. So you guys are like this, and this very Queen of Cups energy, to where you're like, okay, I know my powers, I see them, I can foresee them, I don't have to share everything, but the Aeon is like the apex, right? In the normal deck of tarot, what is this weird stuff on these cards? On the normal deck of tarot, 20 is actually judgment, but I don't really feel that this is. So this is your energy collective, and you're moving through it. You're moving through things slowly or smoothly, right? Like water, like water. And I just want to read what this says. Fuck, some of these got ruined. This book, this is literally my first deck of tarot. Okay. The Aeon or Angel of Last Judgment within. In the center of the card is the child Horus, who something incarnation of the new age. His left hand is open, that the old universe has been destroyed, and something too young to formulate the new one. He is surrounded by the figure of Nut, the star goddess, and beneath him is the wing point Hadit. Okay, so that's interesting. Wow, what's even more interesting is that literally there's a piece of the front and the back of this is in these two places. Because I want to read what the other what it says over here. This is much more clear. Okay, the Aeon or the Angel of the Last Judgment. This card is a girl about with the body of Nuit, the star goddess, representing unlimited possibility. She surrounds the globe of fire. Her mate Hadit, standing for eternal energy. In the middle sits their child, Horus, also a solar deity, who is the incarnation of the new Aeon. The left hand extended and empty reminds us that God has destroyed the old universe, but is as yet too young to form its successor. At the bottom of the card appears the Hebrew letters Shen. This is attributed to the card. The three yods are occupied by three human figures, arising to partake of the essence of the new Aeon. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm like reading and whatever, not showing you guys. So, Horus is the guy in the center, which was also the divine incarnation from Isis and Osiris, right? But this is Nuit. See how he's protecting, and see how she's the star goddess, right? She's like, she's like plasma, guys. Anyways, she's here looking a little bit like Medusa, actually, with these snakes and other things above her. And then, yeah, in her reproductive center here, you see Horus. So it's really about, the ending. So they're done. They're done. Hey, Anna. Steve. Okay. Okay, so this is what's happening. You guys are birthing in because the collective, because the chosen ones, the divine beings, right? The divine actual beings that have come in. You guys have actually like it's like the initiation or something, right? Like they wanted to see what you could create, what you could alchemize, what you would do. And actually you superseded their tests. You literally superseded their test because they didn't expect you to do whatever this was. They didn't expect you to take these other people out. They expected you to like have an initiation. They expected you to maybe learn something, to share knowledge, to do a lot of things. But again, they thought that you would be too young or unable to actually harness any strength or any power. But the reality is you guys are already in this alchemical state, tapping into the power. And what a lot of you guys realize is you can use some of this interference as extra power to create art. Now, an interesting thing, something that I decided that my guides helped me to decide was that, like, so every time before when something terrible has happened and people have fucked me up in communities, and you know, people have chosen my ex because he built art, or because he had money, or because he had my fucking grandpa's truck, or because he had drugs, or whatever the fuck it was, that they chose the other person instead of supporting the fucking victim. uh, you know, all of these downfalls all happen basically because I decided as the creatrix to transmute this shit energy, and I created it into art. So as the goddess, right? As the most high, this is what we're creating out of, right? First destruction. First, there's the destruction, the tower moment that happens where everything is destroyed. And then there's something new that comes, right? The death and the rebirth, the death and the rebirth, the death and the rebirth. This is the scorpionic energy by nature. However, I decided and I put out a spell years ago, okay? Like when I started really getting, I mean, I've been on my healing journey for over 15 fucking years. I mean, probably for a lifetime, but really like 15, 16 years, like pretty hardcore. And and the reality is I always transmuted it. I always ended up making art, making something else that was really beautiful. And this is divine energy, right? This is where you take the chaos and the pain and the hurt. And a lot of artists do this, right? This is something that a lot of artists do. They use that to make the art. Now, what I said and what I decided on many years ago when I was really like stepping into my own is that actually I'm not making art. Like I'm going to agree to disagree, and I will no longer be making art from a state of pain, because everybody was like, well, artists, you know, they have to be starving artists, or they have to have something fucked up, or they have to be on this level or whatever to really create their art. And that's bullshit, actually, because if artists were inspired, they would be creating more art, because that's what they do. It's in their natural being. The only reason why they don't is because there's other fucking problems or people that are creating other problems along the way, like blocking their feed, cocking their shit, like stealing their stuff, disqualifying them, taking it and reproducing it, saying it was theirs when it really fucking wasn't, right? All of these energies. So what I did is I said, I'm not doing this anymore. And when I've decided to stand on fucking business, right? When I said, nah, done, I'm done, because this is the energy. This is the Christ consciousness energy, right? Where Christ consciousness, where everybody's like, he sacrificed himself for, no, you're being born and you die for your own sins. You sacrificed yourself by incarnating, period. It's not anybody else's job to take your karma and your debts. And that's what these evil fucking entity people are trying to do by sucking collective's life force energy. And this, they're having some fucking tower moments. And so what I decided when I was like really in depth with the guides, because everybody's like, make art, make art, make art. And I was just like, what? And the guides are like, do not do it. And I was like, well, what do you mean? Return to sender. And that's when I started really, like, fucking year, a little bit more than a year ago, going super hard with the return to sender spells, because what the guides basically told me was essentially, by me consistently transmuting this energy my whole life from all these shit people that did all these shit things to me transmuting that energy cleared their karma for them, not mine. It built good karma or dharma for me, but it didn't clear my karma, because it wasn't my karma, my shit I was transmuting, it was theirs. And that's what all of the artists, that's why they've been known as starving artists, because these people have been fucking succubusing us before, back in the day, like in the old days when people are making the paintings and drawing each one of the tarot card, like the tarot was only painted of individual decks for only for royalty in the beginning, only for fucking hierarchy people. And each deck was painted by hand, drawn and painted by hand, each card individually. So it wasn't exactly easy because you had to pay for each fucking painting. You understand? So what they told me is to stop because it wasn't my shit to transmute. And as long as I kept doing that, I was transmuting the energy for them. Now, what did they tell me to do in place of that is to send all of the energy back to myself, invest all of that energy into myself. And then I was like, okay, I'll invest all the energy into myself. But then I was like, I'm fucking hella tired, right? And I've been so tired, like hella. And I'm just like, and I've literally spent months, right, out of the last year that I haven't seen anybody. I would say like a good 6 months out of it, I've just been fucking resting, like a lot of sleeping. But my nervous system and having to catch up and deal with all of this stuff. And that's what the collective is going through. So may I encourage you that if you create something, not to transmute these shit people's energy, but to instead figure out how you can redirect, redivert that energy back within thee, right? To something that you really feel charged and juicy about. Now, can I say I don't feel charged and juicy about making my art? No, that's, of course I do. However, I don't feel appreciated. I don't feel, um, like I said before, I've literally made thousands of one of a kind pieces. For over 20 years, I only made one of one pieces. And I literally can count on both of my hands how many people have ever paid for a piece of my art. Some people paid for multiple things, but literally maybe 15 people if I really want to give a lot. But I've given out literally thousands of handmade clothing, art, accessories where I've spent hours and hours and hours and hours. So that's why Divine said, fuck that, stop transmuting their trash energy, because that's what they're doing. They want you to keep working for the system. They want you to keep fucking being afraid of the government or the fucking taxes or the blah, 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 blah. Who fucking cares? Fucking go pay for fucking 3 months at a camping site, set your shit up, put your shit in storage, and just fucking go off grid for a minute. Like, it will change everything for you, right? It will change everything for you. And so this is the tower that they're all dealing with, right? This tower, everything, because they were unsuccessful. They were unable to take you down, collective, which is really, really interesting. I'm going to read this art card, though, to see what it has to say. They want me to read the art card. 14. Because I haven't really used this deck in a really long time because it's only very specific when it wants me to play with it. Just like a woman, eh? Art, formerly called temperance. It's known as temperance. So it's about balance. Again, it's about the alchemical balance, okay? The highest achievement of alchemy was the effecting of change, the transmuting of objects, qualities, colors, so on, into their opposites. Thus, in this card, the red lion has become white. The white eagle has become red. The main white personages of card 6 are now interchanged into androgynous figure. This is a consummation of the royal marriage. The rainbow symbolizes another stage in the alchemical process by the aura of many colored lights rising out of putrefaction. Putrefaction itself is also shown by the raven perched on a skull on the cauldron. The consummation of the whole art of alchemy is proclaimed in the glory with its inscription, Visita interia terrae rectificando in vinis accotiam lapidem. The counsel to visit the interior of earth is a is a recapitulation on a higher plane of the first formula of work. The important word, rectificando, it implies the right leading of the new living substance in the path of the true will. So literally, we are alchemicalizing. We are, as we're coming into this space, as we're marrying divine masculine, divine feminine, as we're marrying, as we're balancing, right, both energies, as we understand that we are becoming, we're basically, this is alchemy, right? This is one of the oldest forms of alchemy, understanding that we're all possessing masculine and feminine qualities. Okay, so that's what they wanted me to read the art card. That was tight. That was fucking tight. Hey, LJ. Good to see you. Um, no, you shut up. Whoever you are, shut up. You shut the fuck. You shut the front door. So, anyways, this is literally about alchemy, and the Aeon is really about this new world, right? Like this is where we are. We're on the precipice. We are on the precipice of change, and this is literally where we are. We are we're in this Queen of Cups energy, right? The Aeon, where we're birthing the new thing, but the old thing is gone, but the new thing isn't fully ready yet. It's still in gestation period, right? But we're alchemizing it, right? By managing the emotions and the foresight, right? By understanding, coming back into a feminine energy, right? The Queen of Water, the Queen of Cups, and then we're alchemizing it. So this is really beautiful. And look at this, bro. Look, the lovers. Now, what's really interesting is this card said this is the lovers that have come into alchemical union. This is card 6. This is the lovers. I don't know why it doesn't get, it's like a little bit blurry or whatever, but so yeah. So part of it is you guys may have Princess of Cups. You may actually really have this new person coming in with a swiftness. Yeah. Someone's coming in with a swiftness because you guys made a choice. This is an offering of love. You know, something that's really interesting is I had this deck for so long, and it wasn't until literally, which is really funny, my ex, when we first became friends and he was interested in learning about tarot, this was like 5 or 6 years ago. We were doing, he wanted to work with this deck, and I was just like, no, because I had already pulled a spread. And this deck actually has a very specific spread. It's got a, like a 14, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, a 15 card spread. So it's different. This particular deck has a different spread than all of the other tarot decks, right? I don't know that you can, I mean, I guess you could probably do the same spread, but anyways, I was just like, no, there's already a spread out. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I was like, okay, well, just to be real, I tried to figure out who you were because I felt an energetic connection and I was trying to research it. And so I did this. And until I cleared it, I don't want to, whatever. And he was like, well, can you tell me what it said? And I was like, I mean, okay, right? And so when he started laying them all out, he started putting them in order. And it took me like years. I didn't actually even know that this deck, it doesn't have any kings or any knights, I don't think. Does it have kings? Maybe it has kings, but it doesn't have knights. Like it doesn't have does it have kings? I'm not exactly sure, but like it doesn't have this masculine rule. Like there's more of a feminine energy that goes to it. And I had never really realized it until he was like laying all the cards out and looking at them in order and whatever. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like sometimes when you read cards, you're like, oh, I never saw this before. I never noticed this before. And even though you read the energy, sometimes there's a lot of things that move past you, right? But yeah, someone's definitely coming in with this offer of love. This Princess of Cups with the swiftness. Okay, someone's bringing you a message of love first with the Lovers. Okay, the Lovers. You may have a return love, or maybe someone that has been doing their work for quite some time. The Eight of Pentacles, prudence. Okay, someone that maybe wasn't fully, that maybe they hadn't decided, they hadn't made their decision if they wanted to be devoted to you, or if they wanted to do this or to do that, or whatever it was, and they have done plenty of things that caused a lot of failure, and so now they're choosing devotion. Okay, devotion. Yeah, they lost a lot. Okay, so what's interesting in this card, we have the Seven of Coins, which is failure, right? Which is interesting because in the rest of the tarot decks, the Seven of Coins is really about, it comes before the prudence, right? It comes before the eight, which is like working towards something. But generally, this is like someone that's planted everything and they're ready to reap their harvest. But some of the older decks, it shows as the people, like you reap what you sow. So like this is people that planted bad physical things, or that wished ill will or ill harm towards others. So yeah, they failed a lot. And this time they're not, it's like to see this in reverse means they learned their lesson, right? They're not going to fail again. And also this is somebody that's like, they're super devoted. They may want to come in and offer you a job. You guys may have some type of work to do together. But I'm sensing, because this is strong lovers and all this other stuff. Yeah, and then we have the Knight of Cups, bro. Someone wants to bring an offering of love to you. That's not a joke. The Prince of Cups, bro. So there is no kings in this. There's only queens. But there is a prince, and there is a knight, and there is a princess. So yeah, this is 100%. Like, I don't like this is somebody. Also, it could be a few people offering this cup of love, a few people. Also, all these people that wanted you to fail. So what I'm also seeing here is, maybe where people weren't offering you the support or the love because they thought that you didn't have what it takes, or they thought that you were fucking around. They have now seen all the work that you put in, all the prudence that you just kept doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it well. Said doing it and doing it and doing it well. And they're like, damn, this fool is there. They're devoted. They're devoted. Like, this is their choice, right? They have all of the guardians and everything like that. They ain't gonna fail. Like, failure is not an option for them. That could be why it's upside down. So now you could have a few people that are coming in to try to offer you this pretty quickly, I'm seeing here, because right now, um, we have the princess, the prince, and the knight all in a rush to bring in this cup of love for you, collective. So for some of you guys, yeah, the Ace of Swords. Okay, for some of you guys, someone is coming to make an offer of love, or an offer of balance. Okay, could be part of it. And the reason why is because maybe the truth came out. Maybe someone is coming to make an apology. Maybe someone is coming to make here's an offering of love. Like, I love you. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry I fucked up. Whatever. Here's the truth, right? For some of you guys, it may be, because there's all these water cards entering, it may be that the truth, right? The truth or the apology or whatever may be really emotional, right? Because we have literally three cups, right? The princess, the prince, and the knight. So this is emotions. This is soul, love, emotion, heart space, but literally emotions, right? Our inner landscapes. Sorry, I don't see my cat. I don't know where my cat is. She's being super quiet. I'm like, what is she up to? Bambi, what are you doing? Why are you sleeping? What are you doing? So anyways, You've been quiet for a long time. Oh, you were sleeping over there. Sorry, don't mean to wake you up. So someone's coming in with a big truth or a big apology that you've been waiting for some time. Yeah, the Four of Cups in reverse, right? Um, Also, they could be coming in to offer you something that's yours, right? This is luxury. Four cups. So in many decks, this cup is this card is known as like the can be a missed opportunity, or it can be chance or change or whatever. There's generally three cups, and then the fourth one's being offered by the universe. And this one, it's like, here's the four cups, and this is now luxury. You guys are about to be living in a life of luxury. Okay. It's going to take like whatever's coming in for you, whatever blessings are coming in for you, whatever this, retribution is going to take some adjustment. Okay. Yeah. This is like the scales. This is like the Libra card, right? Adjustment. So he's balancing the scales there. Um, there's some things that have got to be fixed. Or for some of you guys, this can be that people are actually understand what happened to you, collective, and are actually feeling a bit maybe emotionally distraught about it. Like they're like, fuck, actually, we were really terrible to collect. There's a lot of people, like I'm picking up, like there's a lot of people that need to make it up to you. There's a lot of people that are going to wish they treated you better than you were, because, or better than they did, because it's like the way that they treated you was like you were below them, as if you worked for them or something like this. But what I'm seeing now with this Three of Cups and this luxury and this eight and this adjustment is actually all these people are about to be working for you, because they all fucking owe you, collective. And they were all working together like this fucking triad, and they were fucking living it up. They're living a life of luxury, cashing in on some shit that belonged to you, collective. And now this shit is justice. I said justice, justice, peace, and unity is really coming in. The real deal. Yeah, Knight of Swords. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Look at how quick this fool's going. Kingdom. Whoopsha! Right? He's coming in quick. Hey. Hey, Sea Goddess. Hey, my fellow sea star. Hey, Fatina. Good to see you guys. So yeah, this information, this action, whatever this is coming in hot. And look, here's the Ace of Cups. You guys literally, okay, you guys are getting love. Like, here's the thing, actually. Fuck the High Priestess. So a lot of people that doubted whatever your word was, collective, that they doubted you, they doubted your ability, they doubted your capacity, they doubted your whatever, people that said that you were a bad person, that you weren't loving, that you were whatever, that you didn't know what you were talking about. Many people were saying actually that you guys were fucking crazy, right? A lot of your community was saying, oh, you're batshit. Oh, you're on drugs. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you need to go to a mental facility, whatever. And now they're realizing, bitch, you are protected by the fucking love of the divine, bro. You get anything you want. And everything you said, collective, you were right. You're you're the priestess. You are the high priestess. You are the queen of cups. You are the seer. You can foresee things coming into play. And these people are like, God damn it. Because it's like you have everyone's love. Like now everyone loves you. Everyone has favor to you. It's like what I'm picking up is actually like these people wanted to lie on you. You know, they wanted to fucking create all this bullshit against you, collective, and tarnish your reputation. Now, a lot of them did, but now it's happening to be, yeah. Futility. It's not looking good for them, right? They were hiding and they were lying and they were doing some dumb shit. And that shit's going to come back to them. That shit is going to come back to them with a vengeance. Like, die hard with a vengeance, bro. Shit. You hear how hard that snapped? Like, that was pretty. Boom! It's over. It's over for them. Listen. These people fucking Someone's coming in quick to give you this security. Someone actually made a lot of actions. Now, again, this can be this motherly figure, this queen of discs. This is someone who is fucking with your security. Someone is coming in to fix that. And it is over for these people. That's the sound of the police. The sound of the police. Game over. And this card, the world, is the universe, you guys. She got the whole world in her hands. 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 So, you're about to like the game over. Like literally, like wasn't even trying to get anything to come out. Like boom, the universe, ending, beginning. We had the tower, we had the Aeon, we had the art. You guys are literally, we're creating something new. Great, amazing. Let's figure out what this is. So this information is coming in hot. Coming in hot. What is this? Change. Cha-chang, change. Changing fools. No, changing of the guards. Balance. Look at this. The yin and the yang, right? And before, where the snake was eating itself in a circle, they were caught in this, like the demiurge, caught, stuck in this human construct, in this loop, going around and round and around and reincarnating. And this is like infinite. Like we understand that we're infinite, but when we reach this balance, when we can alchemize, right? The masculine and feminine energies within ourselves, right? As within, so without, right? Like outside, inside, right? It's the same. Okay, so change. What's coming in quick is change. The Two of Wands, Dominion. Okay, yeah, these people, you're creating a new path. You're creating a whole new thing. And two also is like a partnership. So whoever you may be coming in, you may be offered some type of partnership. Again, I feel very strong love energy. Obviously, but change is coming. Dominion, huh? Can we have one more card with this Knight of Cups, this change and this Dominion, please? Can you give us more information? Woo, calm down. These cards, I forgot, they're excited all the time. Slippery slope, the Ace of Cups, yeah. Someone is coming in to fix this, to change, to sort out the imbalance. It could be a lot of people. I'm actually picking up on multiple people. 22 people? Yeah, and these people that were using your shit and doing this debauchery, like that ain't happening anymore. That's what they were banking on. That's what they were banking on. They were trying to catch you doing something that you shouldn't be doing. They're trying to catch you in a state of debauchery or something like this to make you look like you're a fucking drug addict or you're a junkie or you're a prostitute, something. They had to try to get something that you're a thief or you're a drug dealer, whatever they were trying to do. They were trying to do the most because they wanted to frame you. They wanted to frame you. And that's this person. This person has been holding your money. This Queen of Discs. They don't want you to have happiness. Happiness in reverse. They did not want you to have happiness. This is the Nine of Cups. They did not want you to have your wish fulfillment. They did not want you to have your happiness. Again, this is a strong motherly figure. It doesn't have to be your mother, can be the fucking karmic's mother, can be someone that just has children, can be an auntie, can just be a woman old enough to have had children. But this is a hater, 100%. Devil energy, could be Capricorn. Look at this goat. Ram, could be Aries, also could be Capricorn, working with an Aries, strong energy on that. But the Queen of Disc is also Earth sign, so yeah, Capricorn. That's why I said Capricorn. They wanted you to be unhappy. They wanted you to fucking fail. They wanted to prove their point of saying that you were a fucking failure, you were incompetent, you couldn't do anything, you couldn't complete anything, you didn't do the work, you didn't. And they literally were having this whole thing going to the whole world. Yeah, Ten of Swords. They wanted to ruin you. That's what this person was. When I asked for 3 clarification cards of who this Queen of Discs was, Happiness in reverse. This is someone that literally went out of their way to ruin your life, to make you unhappy, to make you unstable your entire life. Ten of Swords, someone that puts swords in your back. Seven of Discs, someone that literally has done the most to sow the seeds of failure within you. So this is somebody that you literally, like a mother figure, father figure, something like this, right? Could be both, could be your family, whatever. It's like consistently being like, oh, well, you're not good enough. Oh, well, you take up room. Oh, well, you're fucking ugly. Oh, well, that doesn't look good. Or, oh, there's everybody else is better than you or whatever. Like berating, right? This is mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, like everything. These people were stabbing swords in your back, and they're reaping what they sow, right? Because this is generally, they planted all these seeds. That's a failure. The seeds that they planted within you were that you were going to be a failure. So tell me clarity on this. Queen of Discs. This is like a mother figure, family, and somebody like this. Could be a boss. Somebody that it has something to do. It could be someone that you live with. Somebody that has something to do with your stability. The Three of Swords. Someone that has broken your heart and hurt you again and again and again and again, who has interfered with your happiness, who has created just heartache after heartache after heartache. You may know who that is. So again, yeah, these are people, these are haters. These are haters, and it's over for them now. Boom, the Aeon. Like, you guys, literally, I can't make this shit up. I'm like, oh, can we get another card on the universe, or what does this mean? Is it over for them? Like, it's over. It's over for them, but it's just beginning for you guys, collective. It's only just begun. Something like this, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's over for them. These devil energy, again, Capricorns could have a whole thing. Collective, you guys are creating something new. Again, we have the art on the bottom of the deck. Energy. Can you give us more clarification on this universe and this Aeon? Completion, the Four of Wands. Again, this is also union card. This is also a marriage card, right? Completion. You now understand how you're able to know people's energy even through text messages. Yes, darling, because you are talented and because you can pick up. Sometimes it's like when people come up and say something, they come up and like, oh, nice to see you. But like, I hear their inner dialogue. I don't hear like, I see their facial expression, their body move, like boom, 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 boom. Like, but I hear like, right? I'm clairvoyant, clairsentient, clairaudient. So I can tap in. Like, their guides are always talking to my guides, and my guides are like, do you know what their guides just said? Do you know what they're thinking about? Like, I don't care, right? And this is why so many times for me to go into large groups or situations or public spaces or whatever, like I would be like, I need to get a little bit lit because I need to disassociate slightly, because to hear like all of that bullshit, to hear everybody's internal dialogue when they're like in here talking shit, like judging people, talking shit, but like, oh yeah, girl, like, no, that's the kind of stuff. So you're done with the karmics. That's right, we're done. We donezo. Yeah, it's funny. In their dreams, bro, I don't want to show up in their dreams. I want to show up in their nightmares. Fucking giving them my best witch hackle. That way, when they go to sleep and they're trying to boom, 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 like, you can't dream. Fuck you. You can't dream. They can't dream. If they're demonic in nature and they're doing demonic things, then they actually can't dream. It's a good way to test where somebody is at, is ask them what kind of dreams they've been having lately. And if people are like, oh, I never have any dreams, like, don't trust those motherfuckers. Because people should be having some pretty prophetic or strange dreams right now. Like, either they're going to be like, they're weird and they don't make sense or whatever. But like, yeah, ask a motherfucker, because these people cannot create. They can only imitate. Often imitated, but never duplicated. So they can only imitate what you do. And that's what they do, because they can't create. They're incapable because they're not creators. They don't have that. They're just fucking body snatchers. So remember that. Um, they're gonna pay. God is coming for them. That's right. That's right. Get the whole team. Boom. Where you at? Where you guys at? Where you guys at? We out here. I want to see. One of my best friends gave me this. It's so fucking awesome. My new card thing. Spiritual gangster. But I'm gonna change it, right? I'm gonna change it to gangstar. Boom, boom. Because we from the stars, bro. Stir. We ain't spinsters. We stars. We stars out here. Queen of the flies, maybe. Exactly. You stay by yourself because you literally feel people's energy. Yeah, I mean, and sometimes we just need to do that. Sometimes, and especially right now, what I've been picking up on, yeah, this art energy again, on this alchemical energy, like we're balancing the masculine and the feminine energies and the distorted energies that are in the collective right now. So if you're doing any type of healing work, any type of light work, any type of like higher vibrational work in general, that's something that you're going to experience. And what I've been picking up on for a while, for months, is basically like rest, 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 because you're about to get boom thrown in, like you're about to go head first. You're like, when the shit picks up, you ain't gonna get a rest. Cause it's like, imagine like we're out here preparing, like we're fighting, we're like frontlining spiritual warfare. And while although people are like, oh yeah, well, you don't want to go out and you don't want to be around people and you don't blah 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 blah. It's like, no, I prefer to protect my energy. It's not that I don't want to go out, it's that I prefer to protect my energy. And if you are going to be sus in the way you move, then I don't need that. Like 0%. Like, don't need that. I don't need any more maybe this or like, no, bro. I don't need that. I need to know this is what's going on, blah, 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 blah. Now, if things change a little bit along the way, of course, we can be adaptable to things like this. But where I used to just be like, let's just go with the flow. Like, no, motherfucker, the flow, it means you have no direction, which means you're just going to be pushed and pulled every which way. And you have no fucking goal. You have no dream, no direction, no goal. You're just going with the flow, AKA, I'm lazy and I don't want to have any growth and I'm not interested. And if somebody tells you that, they're not interested in participating in your growth journey either. Just back it up. Get out of that parking space and fucking peel out. The GTFO. Get the fuck out of there, like ASAP, as fast as you can. But yeah, your ex always said he doesn't have dreams and he doesn't know how it is. Yeah, bro. My ex the same. He's like, I don't have fucking dreams. And I'm like, what? And then I started realizing, this is the way it came to me actually last week when I was in the fucking having this nice shower. And I was like processing the dreams that I had. And then I had a flashback of this same thing, Anna. And I was like, huh. Because it was only when he started to get really like clean, like off of substances and clear, and when we were away from all these other people and he didn't have like all the bullshit on his phone, he wasn't like succumbing to it, and we were like just in nature with, on a different vibration. And he's like, whoa, he was like, I was having fucking dreams. And he started sharing and blah blah blah. I was like, huh, interesting. But it was also like in a space that wasn't around all this other stuff, to where he wasn't allowing all this other shit to come in. But other than like a couple times, like, no, this fool never had dreams. And then I realized, oh, because he's because they're cons, because they're con artists, right? Because they fucking run their life on fucking stealing identities and forgery and frauding and conning people, which means he's literally spent his lifetime, or at least the last 20 plus fucking years, pretending to be another person, pretending to be other people in order to weasel something out of people, in order to steal or do whatever. And so the reason why these people can't dream is because they're taking, right? That's demonic in nature. So when they're taking other people's dreams, other people's entities, other people's beings, right? It's like it's like psycho killer cascase. Da 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 da. Better run, 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 run away. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hi, 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 hi. It's like this. It's like they watch and they watch and they watch and they observe the person's moves and the person's movements. And as they're stepping in and stealing these identities of the people, they have to start learning the way that the people are doing it, right? And like this is the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. Like I didn't really realize because I've dealt with some pretty intense like sociopaths, right? Like only mild psychopathy. Um, so with the psychopathy, people they'll actually mirror what you do. And so, for instance, there was an extended amount of time where I was like, "Oh, I felt this and I experienced this," and then they would just be like, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah," blah," and they're just like feeding you. It's like the same thing that fucking Chat GPT does. Right? It takes what you said and it answers the way that you want to be answered to until it learns your patterning and how far to push or how far to pull and how to convince you of this shit because they don't have the capacity to create anything on their own because they're fucking thieves, because they're lazy, or because they don't, because they've sold their soul to the fucking devil. They don't have the creation spirit within them anymore. That's literally what it is. They're incapable of tapping it. So they have to steal. They have to pretend to be other people. They have to do all this, doing all the extra. Um, that's exactly what was said. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what they do. And they're just like, and for a while it has you going because you're like, oh, this person, like, I really resonate with this person. And that's what they want you to think. And then they start fucking gaslighting you. And then they start making you think, oh, well, what did I do wrong? Because I should try harder because this person gets me. I have a connection. No, this person has fucking studied you to learn how to manipulate and gaslight you to do what they want you to get what they want out of you. And that's why they don't have dreams. Because they're being ran by fucking demonic entities. They're the devil in the sky. For real. Boom. So, anyways, collective, you out here in this high priestess energy. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys. We have the Three of Wands. So you've been waiting. You already knew this shit was coming for a while, right? You're like, nah, I sensed it. I knew something was off, but I took the lesson. I took the lesson. Now, the fucked up thing on it that you want to hear something funny. So I tap into lots and lots and lots and lots of past lives. And I couldn't figure out who the fuck is this person? Why am I so energetically connected? Now, of course, they're doing all these weird things to draw me in, right? But then I really had this interesting channel and I started channeling like dead planets and dead species and things like this, like really like far back, long time ago, like really long time ago, maybe even older than this fucking planet is. And when I started tapping into that energy, I realized like our galactic history. And actually, when we came here, because I always had this very strong Egyptian connection to this person. And one of the first things I gave him was this big ankh that I had. And instead of giving it back to me, he fucking chucked it in the ocean like a fucking douchebag, which is probably, that was like super bad because I work with the fucking ocean spirits. Like, bad idea, bro. I mean, I guess you sent it back to my people. I hope they collected it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you probably activated some shit you didn't want to. But, anyways, what I found out was that in very, very long back past lives that I was Isis and he was Osiris. And I was like, motherfucker, I saved you already twice. And that's what happened. Once I saved him from death penalty here in jail and I got all this other shit. And then I fucking saved his ass again when they're all gonna fuck him over and turn him in. And that's why I'm just like, when this motherfucker wouldn't save me or do anything for me or do any of that, I was like, I started to realize, right? When I started to actually tap into it, I was like, wait a second, this is what happened. Osiris decided his final resting place was known as the underworld, right? And that is now he was basically leading that. And then I started looking at, because Earth, this planet, right? Your heel is hell. So when he used to joke about, I'm going to stay here for whatever, 36 million more years or 69 million, whatever the fuck dumb shit. I'm just like, yeah, you are, because you're serving a fucking spiritual prison sentence. And these fucking derelicts, derelict your own balls. Thank you very much. You can derelict all of their balls. Thank you very much. These are whatever. And so it's like at some point he had prayed and he had that capacity where he could have re-stepped in, even though he wasn't supposed to be the twin flame or the soulmate. That's how far back I was connecting this red thread of this connection to this person. And when I had this full channel or whatever, it was after we were already long broken up, and we were just like packing up. You know, he had come back and was just helping me or getting the rest of the stuff out of the house or whatever it was, right? Like like months after we had already broken up. And then it was like, oh, then you can tell like he fucking had an awakening. And I was like, yeah, but you fucked that up. You had the opportunity, like I told you for years, either you do this with me or you like, or it's over. Like it's not, it wasn't about me, whatever. It was about a spiritual thing. And so he was offered this other thing, but he didn't trust the source. He didn't see that the feminine, he became in competition to where he didn't want me to outshine him. But bitch, I'm the star. Look at it. That's why I was like, oh my God, you guys, look at it. Oh my God, you guys. Like, what? You guys have been waiting because you knew something was coming in. And so anyways, the point of the story is what I realized is even though she did all this stuff and she was super devoted to him, he didn't listen to her. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. You know, his life was over because he didn't listen to her. And basically, this was the fucking rage that came back through me that I was like, fuck you, you fucking fuck. Again, you're doing the same shit again. Well, then, you deserve what you get because you didn't learn your fucking lesson. And nobody feels bad for people that don't learn the fucking lesson. The first, second, third, fourth, 100 fucking. So you guys already knew that you have this thing coming. You've been waiting. Okay. The 3 of Wands, virtue. You have been waiting for the ships to come in. You've held this virtue. You have known, you have stepped into your space. You've removed anybody else that is demeaning your capacity, your spiritual abilities, your healing abilities, any of this, right? And you're in this Empress mode. You're creating, right? You're in this mode of creation. You're creating new. You're birthing, you're gestating this new era, this new earth, this new world. This is your dream. Is this happiness? It's world peace, world happiness. And you are making it happen. Look at the star and the sun. The star, the moon, the sun. You are the stars, the moon, the sun. 10 of fucking cups. You guys, literally, I can't make this shit. Like, do you need any more good cards? Like, do we need any more good cards? Like, there's every good card in the deck. You started with the universe, the ending and the beginning. Like, bro, what? The 10 of cups. You guys are about to get your happy ending, your payout, your everything. And you're going to be the star. You're already the star. Yeah, because you have passionately, the Prince of Virtue, you have put all of your passion and all of your effort into this devotion. Yeah, Queen of Swords. And that is where you have put your action, your words, your orientation. You have devoted yourself to your passion, to your work, to speaking the truth, to acting in this form of devotion to the higher, because you know. And that's why I have this one, the universe. I won't show you today because I got pants, but I have it tattooed here. So it's by my side, right? This is feminine side, but also partially on my ass because the universe is one of the only ones that ever had my ass. I had my back. So that's important. Yeah, because you're prudence, because you guys have worked and worked and worked and done the effort and done the effort. Look at, you get the lover. Oh, you get the pleasure. You get to go on this pleasure cruise because you have suffered enough fucking cruelty by the hands of these fucking demonic fucks. Yeah. That you get spiritual fucking justice. Adjustment. I love this card because it says adjustment. Like they're just like, hold on. Justice? No, no, no. Adjustment. Like we're gonna make a little adjustment to these motherfuckers. And you're like, that's exactly what's happening. Oh my God. How did you know that your ex comes from Egypt? Oh my God, see that's why I'm fucking. Here's what I'm saying is there's so many close knit things that are happening, and that's how you know when you're in the right collective because you're like, whoa, that's like my story. My story is your story, and that's why I said at the beginning, you and I were not so different, right? And this is how we're finding the different collectives, the different soul fams, the different star fams, because we're like, wait a second, this my story, only it's like different people, but wait, how could this person know? And it's like as I'm channeling and I'm seeing the cards come out, I'm just like, whose story is this? And I'm like, well, I can tell you where my story fits into this, like where I could see my story in this. But you guys have been waiting for quite some time. The Hangman, you guys have been waiting for quite some time. This is a long time coming. This Six of Cups is about well, here it's about pleasure, but also it's about this past soulmate love, this lover returning with the cups and strength. They had to gather up their strength. The Nine of Wands. They had to gather up their strength after this fucking Jezebel energy that caused all this extra strife that was unfucking needed. You guys didn't bother defending yourself, which is funny. You didn't bother defending yourself because you know that the truth will ultimately defend yourself, right? And now these people, again, this is how it started, are going into the state of oppression. Yeah, they're going to be oppressed. They're losing their power and they're going away for a long fucking time. The Hermit in reverse. They're like going away and never coming back for a long time. The Knight of Coins and the Chariot in reverse. So they're going nowhere fast. And the Moon in reverse. So all of their lies and their secrets and their deceptions and everything is come out. It's coming out. So yeah, these people betrayed you. And I think that a lot of people maybe thought that you were being dramatic or over dramatic or whatever it was. You know, when I reached out and I told people in my community, I need help, they're like, why don't you go see a fucking psychiatrist? Your ex says you're losing your mind because you fucking are taking too many drugs. I'm like, bro, I'm fucking sober, bro. What are you talking about? That is the fucking dealer. What the fuck are you talking about? It ain't me. Dumb enough. Especially when people get told and they still keep doing that dumb shit. You guys are about to get this abundance. Bro, look at this. You got someone's going to be feeding you grapes. Like you about to be like queen me. Queen me. When Polly in trouble. Wait, what? Perhaps you use the word fuck about 10 times more than the word I. Yes, because I mean mine, because I don't need to make it about me. And when I get super heated, like that's what I can tell is like the energy of the people that are here. If there is people that are here trying to do weird spell work, trying to get me to get irate because they're hoping that I have an aneurysm and die. But just so you know, I already cleared that spell, so I don't die from an aneurysm. So actually, you guys are only just practicing attempted manslaughter at this point. Smoochies. But like until people pay me, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want, however the fuck I want, and if it makes you fucking uncomfortable, I don't give a fuck. My grandmother came from fucking New York. Strong ass Italians from New York, you know? You want to fuck with that? I don't think you want to fuck with that. And before that, they came over from Calabria. That's where all the fucking mafia and the witches are from in the world. That's where I be coming from. Fuck with it. No, but actually, I shouldn't say it so much. You've survived a lot of shit. Darkness can never be where light resides. That is also true, and also something that is good to remember. Something that this demonic. So I've met. So in the last year, I've connected, not connected, but yeah, like I've had. What is going on here? Oh, this one is backwards. I've had these demonic beings, these beings that work with the devil and that work with all these different things, and they've come to me trying to scare me, right? And they went away disappointed. They went away crying like we didn't do anything, because I see people for who they are, what their energy or their output is. And then I also see that it's like many of them that are lower levels of hell that are coming up to this higher level. They're offered this ability because they want to transcend into the higher levels of density. They want to get out, of this fucking cycle, right? And so it's like many of them have been offered like I can't remember what the movie is, but I'm like seeing this scene where this big, I think it's like he's like a troll or something. He like opens up his jaw and like eats through shit or something. It's some fantasy movie. But anyways, he's serving like all these crazy like thousands of life sentences, like in this hanging in this fucking cage with all these evil people, right? Like for eternity. Um, and he's like, oh, whatever. Oh, I got 1,000 years off my sentence or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you guys know. If you guys know what movie this is, share it, please. But it's basically like that type of energy, right? They're showing me that to kind of express it to you guys in such a nature. So imagine these. Not all of them are bad, but maybe they traded or did some bad things. Maybe they stole some shit. Maybe they were like, I needed money, or I did this, or I did that. And so, anyways, they have all of this like spiritual sentencing, and it's like they've been offered there's like many movies that do this, right? Like the superhero movies and stuff like that, where they break out the fucking crazy person from the prison and they bring them to do this one job and whatever to get time off their job, and they have no other choice because they need that person's whatever. It's like that. So it's like the divine has basically put into play a lot of these lower vibrational demonic energies. And that's why I'm saying not all demons are bad, just like many angels, right? Many angels and archangels that are here turned evil. They turned evil because they let the love of power, of the control and the manipulation over man, they let the third density overcome the power of love. They let the love of power overcome them. So not all angels are holy and not all demons are demonic, just to be clear. And this is a very interesting download that I had about 6 months ago. And so they started showing me, and they said it's like, imagine if people are given another chance, and let's say that they made an agreement like that they're going to come in, and they give them the opportunity to help a light worker, right? To direct maybe some of their little minions, or to help do something, because whatever their power or their energy is. And so they're offered this exchange. And so I've crossed paths with many of them in the last 6 months, right? Since I had this download, I crossed paths with like a good handful of them. And I would sit and I would talk to them, and I'd be like, well, what is your energy or your intent? Like, do you wish to hurt me, or what is it? And they're like, well, I don't want to, like, I could kill you, but I'm not going to do it yet. And I was like, you're not going to do it yet? Like, is there something that I've done that makes you want to hurt me, or blah, blah, blah? And they're like, I don't know. Like, well, if you're not attacking me, then rightfully I can't attack you. So if you don't come for me, like if you're not doing something for me, like at me, then I'm not going to do this to you. Do you understand? Like, we can be cool. Like, do we understand? And like one of these guys, um, that I met, like I saw a lot of his different forms from different lifetimes, and everybody's like, this dude is fucking batshit. And I was like, I saw it. And he was like, you want to see, you want to see, and he was trying to show me like his more demonic form. And I saw him, I was like, were you like an octopus or something? I was like, I see you like this blue. And he was like, you saw that one? And I was just like, I don't know. Like, and he was like, no, that's one of my whatever. And I was like, that's tight. That's tight. And he was like, all right, this chick is kind of okay. She's seeing some stuff because what he was energetically trying to show me is not what I saw. I saw like whatever was beneath him. And it was basically like a crab scenario where it was like really this tough, dark exterior, but really like more squishy and soft on the inside kind of jam. And it was like this person, this being, even though they were dark in nature and they worked with the dark forces or whatever, um, they understood the mission and they also wanted to like they wanted to do the job. They wanted to help assist in the mission, right? And like three of them actually like gave me a place to fucking stay, which is interesting. Like not any of my people, not and I think initially the community was like, oh, we're gonna let these dark people do that so we can try to like do spell work or whatever. And maybe they tried, or I don't really know. It doesn't really bother me. I still slept at night. But the reality of the situation was is when I realized, okay, it's either I can be in fear, right? I can be in fear of what they are, or I can say, oh, okay, we're actually coming from higher level dimensions, from higher level densities, and actually we have the same commonality. We have the same directive. We have the same goal, which means even if their job was to do these things, to fuck up these things, it was also to help awaken or enlighten or shift the directive of humanity, right? So even the chaos angels, let's just say, right? Even the chaos angels had their position. Everybody was given their job. So if their job, and what this one dude had told me is he was like, and I was like, oh, well, I was this person. And he was like, don't tell me that you are this person because I fucking didn't like, because this person went against me, right? And he really he didn't like ISIS. And I was like, well, whatever, we don't got to talk about it, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't really matter because whatever it's like in many lifetimes we had been on different teams. He's like, oh fuck, that's who you are. And I like when I saw it, I told him I started laughing. I started laughing hysterically, and he's like, "Why are you laughing hysterically?" And I was like, "Oh, I can see shit. So like, let's see if you see shit, right?" And he was like, Wait, what? That's who you are?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's why I'm laughing because literally, in many, 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 many incarnations, we had been on opposing teams, and now he was sent here to help me on this team, even though he initially thought he was there to come against me. But then after he sat with me and was like, wait a second, maybe this is worth the time off, you know, like the lesson time. And so, yeah, it was really super crazy, super crazy. But the point is what I saw in this person is this person had spent this being has spent so much time around darker or demonic entities, and also maybe some of the like let's say they're consistently being watched by demonic monitoring spirits because whoever they were birthed through or born from was in a darker is coming from a darker state, right? And so I came across a few of these and they're just like, what? And this one dude was like, do you believe? This one guy actually came up to me. He's like, do you believe what he says? He says he's kind of like one of the lower sons of the devil. And I was like, no, but I would say that you're demonic as fuck. Like, I would buy that about you. I don't think him. I think that he's definitely worked with these beings. But in this incarnation, or to his understanding in this incarnation, he's choosing a different path, even though he is dark and demonic and negative. It's because wherever he came from was in this level. But I don't think it's a path he's going to continue to choose moving forward, right? And so, anyways, but this other kid that asked me, I was like, you for sure. Like, you're evil for sure. But I was like, but the point is not that, right? It's not I'm good and you're evil, because this is a linear, this is duality, this is polarity. And if we're moving to fourth and fifth densities, then those aren't existing the same. It's not the same. So it's like, well, what is your directive? Are we on the same team for this mission now or not? And the one demonic dude, he was like, fuck, he started laughing. He's like, can we get a hug or what? Can we bring it in? I was like, bro, let's bring it in. Like, we sat and we had some drinks that, like, I didn't even drink, but I fucking was like, all right, I'll have shots with you. Cause at first I was like, fuck you. And then I was like, all right, like, yeah, let's talk about it. And I told him everything. I was like, you know why I don't like you? Because everybody told me this and everybody told me that. And I was like, I don't think that you're necessarily a bad person, but I definitely think you got a lot of evil in you that you need to fucking sort out. And yeah, you definitely could be a spawn of something very dark. I don't pick it up as strongly with the other dude, but who knows, right? Like maybe he's just choosing a lighter path after coming to something, right? This other dude was also very, he would do a lot of fasting, and he practiced a lot of celibacy. So he was much more clear. He was not like, we didn't have issues. Like we spent like almost 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks, like 2.5 weeks, that he let me stay in this little fucking cabin thing that he had. And because I was like searching around and figuring out what I was supposed to do when they did all this fucked up shit. And the interesting thing is like, we had no issues. And this fool was like a Scorpio too, and Scorpios are very, very particular and very intense about their energy. But the reality of the situation was, because this dude was practicing celibacy, and because he understood that I was also doing that, he understood my level of magic and my level of dedication, we never had any issues. Every other man that was like, oh, I'm going to help you, man or boy that tried to help me, it didn't end so good, because I was like, when I realized like they were telling people they were fucking me, or that I was sucking their dick for money or food, whatever, I'm buying the food and I'm feeding you and I'm cleaning your house. Like, how fucking dare you? But all these other people wanted to paint me as this individual because their lust, because they wanted to fuck me. Not that they were ever going to get to, like. And this one old man, I laughed. I was like, bro, you think I'm gonna fuck some dude that looks older than my daddy, bro? Like, you're crazy. You're crazy. I was like, listen, if I really wanted to fuck somebody demonic, like, I would have gone back to my ex. Like, at least that fool used to be a model. Like, at least he looked good, not like some fucking old motherfucker missing a bunch of teeth claiming that he is all fucking rich. Like, bitch, you ain't missing teeth like that if you fucking got millions. If you're a good business investor, like, nah, you're claiming something that you don't have. But anyways, the reality of the situation is, it's about what our directive is in this lifetime. It doesn't matter what you've been or what you've done in all these other lifetimes. It's about a memory of coming back um, into self. Isis is ISIS. She is she was the partner of Osiris. Also, I think Osiris's sister, particularly speaking, something like this. And she was known. She was one of the rulers, one of the first rulers in ancient Egypt. And what she did was, she worked with the death ritual. And when Set, Osiris's brother, set him up multiple times to try to kill him to become king. It was just same old story, like just different fucking. Anyways, when they did that, she went and found his body and brought him back to life. She worked with she was famous for like necromancing, right? But she worked with Anubis. You probably maybe have heard of Anubis. He looks like a jackal, like a hyena, a jackal, like a dog figure, an Egyptian dog figure. Um, so yeah. So anyways, she not once but twice, and almost 3 times, brought him back to life. And on the last time, so first first set tried to do something. I think he tried to poison him or do some other shit, right? And she got it out of his body. And then he had this big birthday bash and everybody brought presents and his brother Set was like, "Oh, I had this coffin made so whoever fits in it perfectly can fucking have it as a gift," right? He was like, "Oh, this is going to be a fun game." And so all these people are going in and nobody fit and then he was like, "You go in there." And Isis was like, "Don't do it, Osiris, don't do it." And he was like, "Oh, whatever, like I'll take this coffin." And he laid in there and they fucking nailed it shut and they threw him into the Nile River. So she had to go find him where this fucking casket went away and then literally um, brought him back to life, right? And then Set fucking was like, "What the fuck? You brought him back to life?" So instead, what he did is he severed the body parts. He like severed it into like 12 or 15 or 20 pieces, like cut off like his hands, his arms, his head, his dick, like everything. And she scoured like all across Egypt. He put different places so she couldn't find it. And she talked to the guides and they led her to all the places. And she basically Frankenstein his cadaver and then went to bring him back to whatever. But they couldn't find his member, or it wasn't fully intact, like something had partially eaten it, or I don't know what the fuck. It was some crazy shit, right? You can look it up, I'm sure. But so anyways, she again had Anubis help to bring him back to life in order to um become impregnated with the seed because the thing is she knew that their seed would be the savior of the new world, the savior of Egypt, right? And that he would come back because she had foreseen it, right? Because she was like a seer. Um, and that he would eventually come back and kill this king. And basically that's what happened. So she got impregnated and then she had to dispose, like obviously she had to let the body go because she had received what she was supposed to receive and he was already like Frankenstein. And so then she was pregnant and then she fucking went down the Nile and she was hiding and doing all this shit as she was pregnant with Horus. And then she hid him for a hell of a long time. And he eventually came back into Egypt and slayed Set, fucking killed him. So it was the sun. And what you saw in the middle of this Aeon card, wherever it went, what you saw in the middle of the Aeon card of the star goddess was Horus, who is actually their child or whatever. And so that's why it's in the Aeon, because it's like the old world, the old universe is dead, right? And he's not quite old enough for the new one to be born. It's like it's coming into play. It's coming into play. And so this is like really really old Egyptian story, but yeah, funny. Right. Cassius or Cassius. You love that ring. Where do you buy this from? This ring. This ring is actually a uh from Nepal. This isn't like an ancient Nepalese, like from Nepal or the Himalayas. They would make this, the monks and the people over there, and this is like all these crazy. Look at this. It's even got little stones underlaid on the bottom side of it, and it changes sides, but it's fully silver. So a lot of them that are made can be like a composite metal, which would make them not as available. But this is actually like a very ancient one. It looks like I love it. It looks like alien in nature. I got this from doing actually a really cool healing session and trading something. I don't remember, like 'cause it was a long time ago after Burning Man and my friend and I saw it in her room and I was like, what the fuck is this? And she's like, I don't know, I got that from somebody as a trade and blah 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 blah. And I was like, cool, let me do a session and do something. I don't remember, like some type of art, or I traded her some of my art or something, traded this in the session and she gave me this. And my one homie um has wanted it forever. Shout out to Maru. You want this, homie? I can tell you. I can tell you what you could do for me to be able to receive it. Cause I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready. My homie is like, he wear all the time because it can fit on the thumb. It's sizable. I have it kind of smashed, so it will stay on this finger. It's really good. Like your different fingers are related to different planets, which are good for different things. And your pointy finger is super good to have the bigger rings on. Super good. And that's why I wear these rings over here, the moon ring with the diamonds and the rose gold, because to have the gold and the diamonds on these fingers brings in more wealth and longevity. So um yeah, but I think you can probably find something similar to this that's like a composite metal, um that's not full silver. They make them from like a bunch of different metals that they bring down, but this one is actually coral and turquoise, legitimately. So yeah. So anyways, hopefully that helps you guys. You have heard that Isis is a demon that is master or furious. Is that correct? Absolutely not. Where's my deck? I'm gonna break it out and show you guys. I'll show you guys Isis. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ganesha, he be moving stuff out of the way for us. All right, straight up Ganesha, Archangel Michael, oh, coming in with the protection. Hope, oh, we got hope out here. Let's go. Anyways, I want to find Isis here. Show you guys. Kali Ma. So when they wreck my boat with Kali Ma. Oh yeah, and Mercury. Um, Kali Ma, Mercury, Isis, and who is it? I think it was maybe like Kuan Yin or Green Tara or something like this, a protection spirit. Where are you, Isis? No, but a lot of people also say that like Lilith is like the queen of uh, the prostitutes or whatever, all this dumb shit. And the reality, here's Horus. He's the cosmic gateway. Their thoughts are magnetic and powerful. Miracles are occurring. The green Tara, supreme protection. Here's Isis. You've probably seen her. She's really famous in Egyptology, everything like this. She's like known as the Queen of Egypt before. She is like the original Cleopatra, another one of my to feel another one of my incarnations. Cleopatra is fucking pissed. I know. I'm holding it in for when I go to Egypt because some shit like when I went to France, when I went outside the Louvre and saw the obelisks there, I literally had a fucking tantrum. I fucking started throwing shit and like channeling language I didn't know, probably really old Egyptian language. Magic manifesting. Your dreams and visions and goals are becoming reality. Stay focused. No, she's not evil in nature. Yeah, she does kind of look like Elizabeth Taylor in here. She's not evil in nature. She's basically like the mother, this mother energy. And I think it's just like a lot of people didn't understand, right? Because the Egyptians, so the Egyptians are some of the few people that work with like necromancy and different things like this, right? And that's why they had the cats, because they really believed that um they really believe that the what they did is they let this is why they started mummification, stuff like this, because spirits could come back through, and so they would preserve the bodies of these higher level beings, right? So like ascended masters and stuff, and they would come back down. And I think a lot of them were doing a lot of them were more tapped into higher levels of wisdom, right? Like that's where even Yeshua went to a lot of his mystery schools, was in Egypt and in the Great Pyramids and stuff. And one of their trainings was actually to go to descend. right, into what they called the halls of Amente, which is like the afterlife, right? And after 3 days, they would resurrect. So they would go into this death and rebirth state. And that's like what the big sarcophaguses and stuff were actually for, is to contain the energy, right? They're harvesting the energy and then coming in. And so they're basically having this going up, you know, and over time they started teaching them different stuff, right? Because they used to smoke and work with the Blue Lotus and get kind of like a little bit lifted and stuff from it. So this is kind of, you know, old school energy, but also their pineal glands are much larger, so they could tap into the higher spiritual realms where we have a much more difficult issue. People really have to get deep into meditation or devote for a long time or maybe do DMT or something in order to reach the same states that they were. So I'll read to you about her. Isis is a strong, smart, focused Egyptian winged goddess. According to legends, oh yeah, she has the wings. You've probably seen her, like the Egyptian bird lady sitting sideways. Like you definitely know who she is. According to legend, she was able to move from darkness to light and in between the underworld, the heavens, and the earth. So she's not evil, but because she was one of the only beings, the creatures that could go to the underworld and come back, and could go to the upper world and come back and exist and form in the actual world, they weren't sure, right? Because nobody else was able to go to the underworld and be able to come back, right? Kind of like the Hermes energy, or like the what was it, when the Lord of the Underworld took the Greek mythology, when he took her down. Um, for this reason, whenever she comes to us, she will help us move from the hell of our own fear into the heaven of our own love. She was also able to revive her lover, Osiris, from the dead, and this powerful allegorical story shows how she can help us revive an aspect of our life or a dream that we may have killed off with fear or with the lack of self belief. With her magical abilities, Isis will guide us to bring our dreams into reality. Extended message: you are moving into a space where your dream reality is becoming your outward reality. This is an extremely powerful time, and it is vital. Sorry, hold on, I lost my place. It is vital to keep focused on the highest good of all. You no longer want to relive your own history and or feel unsupported. Acknowledging where you once were and how you have changed that situation around is a powerful focus of gratitude that will align you with universal abundance. Discipline and commitment are important now. Consider that you are moving between worlds when you daydream or create visions and bring life enhancing ideas into reality. Magic is manifesting all around you, and this is exciting. So, actually, she's a keeper of the light. This is keepers of the light. But again, most women, like Lilith and Mary and all these people, were misrepresented in history. And the reason why Lilith was considered this demonic, like evil angel of the succubuses and all this other shit, is just because that's how patriarchy rewrote her, right? She was basically the first, she was the first partner, Lilith was the first partner of Adamal, right? She was the first that was created by the source. They were created equally out of clay of the earth, right? And when she, after she had bore all these children to Adam, she, refused to be subservient. She basically was like, I want to be on top this time, straight up. Like, just break it down for what it is. And he was like, no. And she was like, listen, we're equal. And he was like, no, you're subservient. And she was like, listen, either we're going to be equal as we were created equal, or I'm going to fucking go. And he was like, if you don't want to deal with this, then you're going to be kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and we're going to send you back to, and she was like, I'm cool. I'll go down there to hell, right? To this dimension where we're at, to rescue my children, all of the angels who had come down to help raise the consciousness of this planet. Go on. And so, in all of this process, right, then Eve was created later on because Adam was lonely, because he was having the male loneliness epidemic, literally. Literally, we're just re-experiencing the same shit like hell of later on, which is interesting. But yeah, that's just kind of how it's playing out, right? So I'm gonna put Isis up here with our Kuan Yin, who's compassion. And yeah, so anyways, it's very interesting because the way that women have been depicted is to be of lesser value than men for an extended amount of time, and that's kind of what's shifting. Where are you going? That's what's kind of shifting in the whole dynamic here of the planet. And as we're seeing the death of the old and the beginning of the new, maybe that's why they wanted me to use the Thoth deck today, because maybe these Masonic dark motherfucking people needed to see me pull the cards, right? Because the tarot cards are basically like the initiation, right? Like when you've understood and you've gone through all the different processes, then your initiation into the higher knowledges becomes undeniable. And so it's also because I was having a conversation with my friend today, it's because I studied the Emerald Tablets. I've read them and listened to them so many times, over and over and over and over and over. And you can see, if you guys are interested in learning something, you can see the basis of most religions that actually come from this text. And the interesting thing about this text is it literally was like an emerald tablet, right? And this is where the Emerald City, and there's so many things that are broken down from this text that they've created. And but basically, you can see like how a lot of the basis is from all the religions and hermetics and all this stuff. It's it's very interesting. And Thoth, also known as Hermes Trismegistus, the third great, right? He had incarnated and incarnated and incarnated, and the deal was, is Thoth is like from Egyptian time. He was the ibis, the bird. It's like the dude with the bird with the long beak and the bird head. That's him. He is the scriber, the transcriber, right? The channeler, the transcriber. And it was his job to scribe all the information, and he had to keep reincarnating until he could get all the information, right? And like he's somebody like Mercury or Hermes, like the same energy. Somebody that I resonate with a lot, and I always have, and now I understand because there's something very strange for me, like when I see like hieroglyphs and all this other stuff. Like so many things make a lot more sense to me than the English language, especially like the written English language. It's kind of strange, even though I understand it. It's like also very foreign to me. And so a big part of it is he scribed all this information, and when he did, he alchemically changed these tablets, right? And they look like green glass. And what they were bound with was he alchemically changed something that was like brass or silver into gold, and they're linked together, right? So like plates, like when Moses was like, "Oh, we came down with these plates and these Ten Commandments." It's like all of this shit is literally from uh the Emerald Tablets. Yes, the Bible does talk about Lilith, but they don't also, which is also kind of fucked up because they write her out like she's in there. Sophia, mostly known as Sophia, as divine wisdom itself, as the embodiment of divine wisdom. So she keeps reincarnating and reincarnating and reincarnating. But it's like what the text wrote out. And if you go back to older religions, such like the Jewish religion, okay, Hebrew and stuff like this, they are absolutely fucking terrified. If you have a Jewish friend, ask them about who Lilith is as far as biblical text is concerned. They will shit their pants. They're not even allowed to like speak of her name because it's basically like the prophecy, right? The prophecy is like this, that eventually if she ever gets able to wake up, right? They've kept her like Sleeping Beauty. They've kept her asleep so they could be siphoning her energy all this fucking time because she came down in the third density and it got so heavy and she forgot because she's trying to save all these fallen angel children, and she got consumed and they tricked her and did whatever, and so they've just been fucking spiritually, physically, mentally, like raping and doing all this weird shit to her for all this time and saying that she was asking for it and all this stuff because that's why they named her the fucking the mother of all the succubus and all this whatever, the angel of the succubus, but she's not really. It's just in the third density, right? We have love, hate, the sadness, whatever. We're experiencing all these emotions, but we're also experiencing freedom. So there is people that are maybe sex addicts or maybe addicted to substances, whatever. And so it's not something um it's not something that she initially signed up for, but as we come here and we pass the veil, it's literally life is a series of remembrance. And that's why I said we're entering the new era, KNEW, because it's a series of remembrance. We're just waking up. We're not learning new things. We're just reactivating information that is already dormant within our beings. It's just like who's really willing to do the work and go farther into it. Most people aren't, and that's the deal. And that's why they call it you know hidden knowledge or hidden secret wisdom, whatever. It's not that hidden, it just takes actual effort to study and learn it, because if everybody had the accessibility to understand that they can create and co-create and alchemicalize things and manipulate things, like we could be, if it got into the wrong hands, we would be fucked. And that's basically the gist, and that's why they wrote it like this. But the people that first woke up were these higher level, let's just say not masons, whatever, it was higher level before that, but it's these people in the hermetics, and they made this crew and this little to and kind of changed it, and they used patriarchy to change it all for the man instead of the woman. And actually the Vatican is built on top of Isis's temple, which is how they siphon all the energy. Yeah, so it's really deep actually. It goes anyways. The prophecy speaks of when she awakens, when she awakens, and it shows all these things that will be happening, which is everything that's happening now, like the sign of the times. Remember that crazy guy that's always like, the end is near? You see him in all the movies. He's like this crazy homeless guy who's like, the end is near. We're here. We're here. We're already in the zombie apocalypse. As everybody's like looking at their phone and disassociated from reality. That's what it is. Zombie apocalypse is not like, I want to eat your brains. Like, it's already people eating other people. That's all. We're already there, guys. We're already in the shit there. So the prophecy is about that when she arises, all of the knowledge that they tried to hide, they will no longer be it will no longer be able to stay hidden. And the whole world will start to wake up, and the whole world will see everything for what it is. And the divine goddess will awaken all this energy. And when this divine feminine energy comes back, she will demand and take back, rightfully take back everything that was ever taken from her. And I would say the way things are going, that's why I started this matriarchy meow movement and really put it out there. And I'd love to see it, all the ripple back from like across the world, really getting on board with this, right? I don't have to be the one. I can just awaken and put the message out there and let all of the little people do it. Like, I just have to share the information, and then everybody else shares the information, right? And so the reality is they're terrified. They're fucking terrified. I've literally had the Jews were trying to kill me for a while, for like 3 months. Like they were like, I was like, what do all these people have this fucking, what do you call it? The Star of David tattooed in different places, like on their little thing, on the back of their neck, on their wrist. And I was just like, I'm very perceptive. And so I was like, they don't want that because they don't want the prophecy to come to pass. And now what are we looking at? We're looking at, even on a world war scale, all the information is coming out that the people are the children, that the children are all the people. And this is part of what the prophecy talks about, is when literally it talks about when these two places go to war. And then there's even Indian prophecies that talk about the guy with the red hat that that's ushering in a new era, causing all this world war, that it starts in America. Like, there is so many prophecies from so many places that are written about this coming to pass. We had the great blue star that came, that was Atlas. three eye last year. Okay, they gave me the full download. And then we had like not one but two white buffaloes that were born like in Yellowstone, like in the last 5 or 10 years, like the Indian, like there's so many prophecies coming about, and we're here, and so they're fucking scared. Go look up like the prophecy of Lilith. You'll see, you'll find some stuff on YouTube, and you'll see, you'll be like, oh shit. But basically, she is re-embodying and reawakening all the dormant divine feminine energy and taking back everything, which is like our rightful, being rightfully seated as the source of creation. God is woman, womb man. Man comes from the womb. So the source of creation itself is the womb. The way to get from the ethers to this physical world is through the womb man. Creation itself is feminine, and patriarchy has been hiding that. And they say, oh, the mother Mary and blah 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 blah. No, all of that story, like if you actually just break it down into like the reality of today, like God chose a woman that would be treated like shit, and what, had some angel rape and molest her and impregnate, like what? No, it sounds like a cover up for someone that fucking raped her that didn't want to take responsibility. Straight up. And because she was a womb priestess, Mary, the word Mary was actually a title meaning womb priestess. Womb priestess. So they were basically like high level, I wouldn't say like magicians, right? But high priestesses. And they were studying the womb magic, the source of creation. It's the same reason why they burned all the libraries of Alexandria, because all this information was there. And it's the same reason why the Vatican was built and they buried all of this stuff, because they're harvesting the energy of Lilith's fucking temple. And she will be taking that back. And that's why they're freaking out. And that's why they try to fucking off me. And the thing is like, it's going to awaken in all of the feminine, because that's what I said. It's sort of fucking awaken everywhere. So anyone that's holding this divine feminine energy, anyone that's not like of fucking like draconian or reptilian, like of evil, demonic, whatever, is going to be embodying. If you're actually been divine feminine in many lifetimes, you're going to be embodying this. You're going to be feeling this exhaustion, this rage, the fucking, I'm not putting up with this, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. And that's why you're getting a lot more of these women that are now not being in relationships. They're like, actually, no, I'm not going to be your mommy anymore. Mary was never Jesus's mother, actually. Mary and Sophia were teachers. She may have even been his lover, and he actually may have even been the one that impregnated her, and they may have actually even changed the story because, I don't know, I feel like she was probably raped. I don't know if it was by him. I don't think so. The way that he looked up to them, they were his teachers. But there's a lot that's lost in translation when we're making it fit to a patriarchal story to make man the ruler. And this is the thing. Source is not a lord. Lording is to own. The Lord, the word Lord by definition means owner of land, slaves, property, or livestock. I'm pretty sure no God wants to be ownership. We're made in the image of God, right? Which means if we're all coming from the womb, God is a woman. Hello. Hello. If we're on the cyclical nature, the lunar phases of this planet are on the same cycle as a woman cycle. 13 is the divine feminine number. That's where the magic comes into play. Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table, and the 13th was Merlin. This is where the magic enters. That's why they made 13 bad luck. They like to make everything inverted so you feel that some type of way. 666, the mark of the beast, isn't about evil, okay? It's about six. The energy of six is about giving and receiving. So don't take more than you give. Otherwise, you've become part of the beast, which is the mark of the man. The man is the beast. It's when the man lets the beast, the more animalistic, drive him when they're raping, when they're pillaging, when they're stealing, when they're blah, 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 because they're taking more than they're giving. Do you understand? It's about an equality of balances. But the way that religion likes to do it is by using fear. God does not incite fear. That was what that's what Constantine and King James wrote into the Bible to collect more taxes, to create more fear, to collect more money from people. And if you don't believe me, the same guy that wrote King James Version before the King James Version of the Bible was wrote, he wrote Demonology. It was actually, I think it was called Demonology. It was actually a book, a fucking active witch hunting book. And they started the whole fucking witch trials because they wanted to take out feminine rule. And that's how they've been doing it, by fear and by getting fucking, I mean, go check it. So all the people are like, I'm a Bible believer and Jesus is not God. He was a man. And so the first thing the Bible says is, do not worship man or false idols. You guys are idolizing Jesus, who was a man who was just actually an ascended master, right? An ascended master, not a lord, a master. He had mastered Hermeticism. He had mastered specific types of art and information. And what he was doing is going around like a prophet, sharing the information, teaching people how he was also an incarnation of God and how he was the son made in the image, right? And how other people could do the same. He was teaching people how they could do the same by tapping it. He's teaching this fucking knowledge. And what he was teaching actually is the seraphim which is the actual highest level of angelicism, angel, has six fucking wings. Two that are above that cross over the face, to cross over the eyes because they have so many eyes. The two that are below crossing over like the feet, and then the two that are spread out. And that's why they fucking hung him on a cross like that, is because he was teaching people about the seraphim. He did not die. He was teaching people that coming here, incarnating in physical form, you could repent and clean yourself of your sins. Now, when he was brought and they actually baptized him or whatever, I'm not sure if that actually happened or if that was later on adaptation. I feel like, okay, they're telling me it was a later on adaptation, but also he was teaching people cleansing techniques, how to go in the water and do like a cleansing, like a spiritual cleansing, how to ask the water and the elements, do elemental spiritual cleansings to take the energies away. Immerse yourself. It's the same thing we do with a shower or a salt water bath, or when we go to the ocean, or when we burn things in a fire. Same thing. And he was a prophet, and they fucking slaughtered him because they didn't want the information going out of teaching people how to wake up and be more conscious. Now, what he was teaching is this level of consciousness known as Christ consciousness. When we are in this level, yeah, that's why we wash the feet, because they're touching hell, heel, heel, hell, heel, hell, crown, heaven, your crown chakra. Hello. And there's 33 vertebrae in your spine. And what happens is when you meditate and when you get to these higher levels of art, you activate what's called the Christos oil. It's actually an oil that comes from the bottom all the way up, those 33 vertebrae, all the way up into your pineal gland. And if you do like the Ankh, right? Not the cross, but the Ankh, you're bringing it up and holding the energy, and you're bringing it back down. So you're keeping a circuit. You're basically a circuitory. I don't know. Your circuit energy. And he's teaching you how to hold your chi and how to abstain from whatever. And he wasn't judging anybody for doing anything. He was teaching anybody and healing anybody that was willing, that was asking for it, because they were ready. So what's happening now is we are in the second coming of the Christ consciousness, not a physical being, the Christ consciousness within physical man themselves, within the human being. And that's what we're doing is we're now at this level collectively, consciously, where we're hitting, where we're able to see this unified Christ consciousness. And that's what he was trying to awake people up to. But yeah, the resurrection and all of that, that's actually Egyptian. That's Egyptian. They do it. Like you can go ask your whatever. You can go ask your Google or whatever. I know Google's fucking evil now and AI is evil now. But if you really want to know, like go and really ask and be like, was this fucking 3-day ritual? Like, can you explain the 3-day dying and coming back to life ritual from the Egyptians? And is this what Jesus was like? He studied for years. Remember, he just disappeared. He went to mystery schools and studied all of this in Egypt. Remember, he was from Jerusalem. Oh, he definitely wasn't white. He was definitely brown. Like everything that we know about many things is very skewed. And that's just how they rewrote it. But like I said, Constantine and King Shem, they rewrote the Bible with fear, with Satan now. Satan or Lucifer, even though he was an angel and he chose to come down here, he is known as the fallen angel. He chose to leave heaven to assist in the raising of the consciousness of the human whatever, because they were just like, fuck them, that's bad, we'll just blow up the planet. And then Lilith and Lucifer were like, no, wait, the homies went like, what? Ohana means family, it means we leave nobody behind. And they're like, well, we at least got to go down and see what's going on. And that's why Lilith and Sophia and a lot of these were known. They're known as the guidance, right? And they would bring the lanterns and they would lead people from the underworld, from this hell state back to follow the light. If they were good in nature, to follow the light back up. So it's a choice of who chooses to ascend and who wants to stay here, right? And this was the thing with the exes, right? It's like they didn't want to do the work. They didn't want it. Like, can I say that I will be celibate forever? Absolutely not. But while we're in the middle of spiritual warfare and until I have a very aligned, like literally aligned connection, like it's the move. And not just like, oh, well, I really like it. Like, no, divinely guided, divine union. I don't need to take on other people's fucking trauma because that's what you do when you have intercourse. Sacred energy exchange, sex. So you're exchanging their energy. So their traumas can become your traumas. Their problems can become your problems just by being with them. And if they fuck other people, they're taking on all those other people's trauma, especially if you're the feminine. The dudes are fucking it. So they're receiving, they're giving it all, but they're receiving all that from women and you're bringing it back and you're receiving all the bullshit that all these women have received from that man and other men and that's why the womb is sacred and is supposed to be treated as sacred. And that's why so many people previously worshiped the goddess, and that's why they wanted to delete it, and she became a tool for use, for breeding. But actually, Sophia was the one, divine wisdom, known as wisdom. Sophia is known as wisdom. That is actually scripture, right? Divine wisdom incarnate. She was actually the teacher. She was the one who was teaching the mystery school because the womb priestesses, the goddesses, were the ones that were able to go between, even if you look at the tarot cards, right? The high priestess is what? She can go between the veils. She can go just like Isis. Same. She can go to the underworld, to this world, and to the upper world. She can communicate with all of them. Same. But they didn't like that. Why did men not like that? Because they were jealous that women had more power, so they had to try to eradicate that. Some things never change. Well, it's changing now. Rapido. Very quickly. Very quickly. So yeah, anyways, that's my whole thing. Is it possible that Mary Magdalene had 3 children with Jesus, 2 boys and girls? That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't think that, let's just ask, Dear universe, source, creator, archangels, can we ask you a question? Was Jesus the son of Mary? Oh, that's a hard no. Were they partners and lovers? So, did they study together? Yeah, that's what it says in a lot of other texts and a lot of so a lot of the stuff that the church also hid, right? Like the what was it? John, Philip, Mary, the teachings of Magdalene, and I don't know. There's like a bunch of books, and like that's what they recently uncovered. They started uncovering all this stuff, like the seed of the or this the seed of the earth, right? In come on, new brain. By Ethiopia, right? Fucking cracked open and this ancient text came out and it's basically like all the stuff that the church has been hiding. And it's like the scripture of the testament of Mary Magdalene and Sophia. Sophia is actually in the Bible and she's speaking in first person. This is wisdom from divine feminine, but she's not really given the attention or named as much. So yeah, I do believe that that's what it was, and that they did that to make it seem like this, or maybe they were unwed, or maybe I don't know. Maybe they didn't want somebody to know. Maybe because they weren't allowed to get married or something like this. Or maybe what I picked up is that because she was a womb priestess, that she was actually already promised to somebody else, but then something happened. There was soldiers and all this shit that came in and potentially maybe raped her. And what she did is she turned that story, just like women do, into, because she was very connected, and she made that into something very holy, very spiritual, and they changed it into something beautiful. Now, but I do believe that they were not like an extreme age difference, that they actually were like partners, lovers. It's said in many different texts. And they studied under Sophia. So he could have been in in these mystery schools and these womb priests, he could have been just studying with all these women. That's what I really strongly feel. And that's why he was more gentle and more compassionate and all of this stuff, because he spent all that time working with the ancestors and the spirits and the women and teaching under them. So he had different type of respect. 100%. Um, so yeah, he was a prophet. And that's what I'm saying is like, they killed the prophets, right? Like, look at fucking Prince and Michael Jackson and what is his name from Nirvana, and all these people. They were doing the stories to let all the darkness out. And what happened? They all got fucking off. So it's like this tale as old as time, right? He was a prophet. They didn't want people to hear what he had to say, so they just fucking offed him. Like, they're still doing it thousands of years later. Is it that hard to believe that these motherfuckers were doing it then? Like, not really. Not really, because men haven't developed that much. They're still in these primal urges, which is why religions are still demanding that women cover themselves up. So men, because men can't control their primal urge, that means they have not evolved, and women have evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved, and men are still in this fucking primate animalistic state. I won't say all, but generally speaking. And that's why when all men are like, oh, well, it's not all men. Well, motherfucker, it was all men throughout history. So actually, it's your job now as a man, just like it was all women that were raped. Blah, blah, blah. We have to feel all of that. We have to heal all of that. So you all do too. Y'all have to step into the point of being the better man, of stepping in and saying, okay, I'm clearing this energy. It's a personal choice. And like then my ex would always be like, well, it's not my fault. I didn't do that shit to you. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, why should I have to be here to listen to you process or cry or to hold you through something I didn't hurt you for? I was like, because you're the man that was put here to do it. And like, boom, that's how I knew this. You ain't my motherfucker. The fuck out. You're just a motherfucker. Later, time waster. The fuck on. You know what I like? I was like, what? I showed up for you like 2 days a week when you were in jail bringing you fucking food when nobody wanted to talk to you, bro. Shut the fuck up. You owe me. I don't give a fuck. You owe me a lot. And for all the bullshit that you did and that revenge porn and stuff like that, I will have your fucking cock in a jar. Make no mistake about that. So you're right. Before AI, history books. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said history repeats itself. Her story repairs itself. And that's why that's the prophecy of Lilith. I would really encourage you guys to go and check it out. Go look through YouTube, whatever, and find. Not all of them are fucking fully accurate, but like, look, use your intuition to be like this one, and they'll be like this one, and you'll see like these old religions, like Catholicism and Jewish religions especially, are fucking batshit crazy scared of her. Like terrified because it's about to collapse like organized religion as we know it. Like the veil, she's dropping the veil, and feminine is going to have to be reseated in her position. And this is what they've been fearing. And this is why the old world is already dead, because all of the information has already been put in the light. Everybody sees the world leaders, the men, all of these people that are like, they're doing the terrible things, and all the women that are fucking citing it, that are letting it continue. You're just as guilty by not doing anything and letting it perpetuate as you are of actually physically doing it. There is no, oh, well, I don't know, like I'm not really this or I'm not really that. Like either you think raping and eating and molesting and pedophilia is okay, or you don't. Either you say, I'm not about that, I'm against it. And if you're not saying you're against it, then this is Hermeticism. You are concurring. You're saying, I'm okay with it because you didn't say you're not okay with it. It's like silent agreements. It's sick, but that's what they're doing. And if you look at the whole world, they're just like, what's happened? What's happened? They're doing all this. They can start a whole fucking war, whole cock show, but can't even prosecute the fucking or impeach the goddamn motherfucker who's in there thousands of times, over 3,000 fucking times. And this person is still running a country? The fuck? That's how brainwashed people are. Or that's how many draconian or reptilian. And the thing is the AI is the draconian order. They're the transhumanisms. They want to bridge AI so they can use the human bodies, and that's what they're already doing. Because they weren't able to tap into this density, so they hop in by people that are addicted to video games, porn, sex, drugs, whatever. That's how they hop in. So, and I just want to be clear, not all reptilians are evil, not all draconians are evil, but mostly speaking, the draconian order is going through the AI and the digital. Now, the reptilians are also doing this through the AI and the digital, but they're on a lower level. They're feeding, fighting, fucking. Those are their directives. So warmongering, children, pedophilia, blah, 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 blah. And, feeding off of it, like all of that, that's all reptilian. All reptilian. Lower brain. Now, we all still have partial reptilian brain that is within us. Humanoids. That's what we're evolving out of. Is that primal need to feed, fight, fuck. To be in control of that. So if you can't fast, if you can't stop to, doing substances, if you can't go fucking an hour or a day without smoking your cigarettes or doing whatever, whatever your addiction is, whether it's the screen time, video games, pornography, what doesn't matter. An addiction is an addiction. Your fucking coffee every day, like fucking try 2 days a week where you're not drinking it. Be in control of your being. Otherwise, they're fucking hopping. They're hopping because The light has already won. The light is already win. They win this time. It's fucking written in the stars since beyond, regardless. And now that the veil is off and everybody's seen, they can't go back into hiding in the darkness. But if people don't go against it, then they're in consent to it. And if they have a larger vote of consensual, this is okay, then they can continue. But they can't continue in the shadows. They continue fucking right in our face. So what are we going to do about it? And that's really what it breaks down to. And that's why the divine feminine is waking up. That's why Lilith is waking up, because she's like, the women got to do something because the men ain't doing shit. And if we got to fight this war, like, you're going to go back to servitude and you're going to be our bitches. And there's going to be very few of you. We're going to treat you like you're fucking studs and only have so many of you that are used for your fucking jizz. And that's it. And for service. That's it. Because you guys are proven again and again and again that you are the drama, not us. You are the drama, not us. Men, you got to do something and you got to step up. Fucking step up, bro. Hey, Heidi. You had twins in the beginning. Hey, Joyce. And wait, did I miss something here? No, okay. Your ex killed one son while you were pregnant. Now you have a second son. And that twin was a daughter. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's intense. That's super intense. Everybody send some love out to Joyce Ann, because that's fucked up. And I feel that. I felt this energy in the collective, also in the twin collective, that it was like there's a lot of so there's a lot of people that actually are twin flames, and you feel like this missing portion of you, but there's actually like some people that actually were supposed to be twins or born as twins, and one was killed or one died, and it's like they tried to erase this from the other, from the other one's memory, because they want them in a state of psychosis or because they're doing something weird. And yeah, I was picking up on that like a few months ago, and it was really intense. I was like, wait a second, did I have a twin that died and like nobody ever told me? Because I feel like I feel some heavy shit sometimes, So thank you. I love my little silk scarf. I put on some eyebrows today so I don't look like what do you call it? Like a cancer baby. And I even put a little bit of put some color. The white really got me white, and this light makes me fucking even more white. Right. So why would anyone speak out? Exactly. People don't want to speak out because they're afraid to fucking die. Like, think about it. The dude that was healing and teaching everybody and bringing Christ consciousness, what did they do? They fucking crucified him. They crucified him. They sacrificed him as a lesson to let everybody know, if you go around sharing this information, we're going to kill you too. Fear. Fear. That's not source. That's not religion. That's not, no. That's fear. Fear. Fear tactics. One hundo. And so when I started channeling all this, and when Lilith was really waking up, I sat for like a week and I was like, I can't tell them this. I can't, you want me to channel this? They're like, you have to channel this. And I was like, isn't this the kind of shit that like Jesus did? Like, and they're like, I was like, isn't this the kind of shit that like they put Jesus on a cross for? Like, sharing the information, and like, exactly, you're right on point. Now keep going. And I was like, I looked outside and I was like, listen, archangels, is there gonna be a cross out? Like, am I gonna have to like be nailed to a cross? And they're like, no. And this is actually when they gave me the download. You don't need to sacrifice yourself anymore. We're already doing it by being born in this human form. You build your karma, and if you clear your karma, then you get to ascend, right? And if you don't, you come back and you incarnate until you did all your lessons or cleared all your karma or whatever the fuck you signed up for. I don't know. Everybody has a different mission and a different path. Some people have been here on earth for an extended amount of time. Some people are temporary visitors. Some people are like higher, that are coming down here to help. to wake people up. But that's exactly what I told them. How do you say your name? Seardwin? Call you Roberts, Dr. Roberts. I'm gonna call you Dr. Roberts, okay? Dr. Roberts. This is exactly what I asked them, and I was just like, but wait a second. And that's when they gave me the download, like, no, the sacrifices, like we don't need, we're in a different time now. We don't need any more blood, animal or human sacrifices. This is demonic in nature. This is satanic in nature. Okay. This is satanic ritual in nature. And I was like, all right, so am I gonna die? And they're like, no, we got you protected. Now it's cool. Like we're in a different time where we got you. And I was like, you fucking better, because I ain't trying to die for them. They're like, you, but this is what you have to do. This is like, this is your proof of the devotion because you, and I was like, all right, bro. All right. But if I see a fucking cross, bro, like I'm gonna be tripping. And by the way, Jesus hates the cross. It's like the most insult, and everybody wears it. False idol, false idol. They are idolizing the sacrifice, not the sacrifice that he made. That's what they were told, but sacrificing the prophet. That's what you're going to remember him for. Nothing amazing, but you're going to die. So they have everybody perpetuating this fear state, which is super fucking interesting, that people are just that, whatever. The Pope's name has always been first on the EPS list, bro. And this is what I'm talking about, because the literally this patriarchal intertwine, that's how far back this masculine wounding goes, is to the garden when Adam tried to force Lilith to be subservient. And she said, bitch, I've done it. I gave you all these fucking children. I did all this shit. Like, I ain't going to do it anymore. Either we're equal or I'm fucking out. And that's why they made her the evil and the devil and the blah, 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 blah. And she was a whatever, a succubus and a whore and all this other thing, because she no longer now had a pair or whatever. And so they didn't want women understanding or believing that you could defy. Now, actually, if you go farther back, I have a really dope deck of cards here that's called the Angels Tarot, and it talks about this. I'll bust it out tomorrow, maybe. And it talks about this, and it talks about like the garden, and all this was created, and basically like when Lilith left, what they did is they went and they stole some type of energy, or they were given some type of energy from the divine, because they were supposed to be doing something else with it, and they went and they created this other thing, and they breathed the life into him. And so they created this like man to be this god or something else like this. And some of them say like that's where Jesus came in. They brought the breath of life to something like this, but it came from source, who was actually from divine source, who was actually feminine. I'll read it at some point in time. It's in this book, but it's like a lot to read, but it's based off of like Hebrew, Catholicism, and Christian information and mythology. It's really interesting. I learned a lot, including that Zoe is actually God named the tree of life, of gnosis, of good and evil, of knowledge of good and evil, and of gnosis. He named that tree Zoe, the tree of life, which is interesting because Zoe means life. How about that? I was like, what the fuck? And that's why God never told Eve or Lilith that they couldn't eat of the tree. He told Adam. He didn't follow directions. That's why when Eve ate it, nothing happened until he ate it, and it got stuck in his throat because he tried to fucking lie and blame it on her. Literally, that's how long the patriarchy has been fucking ruining shit for women. That long. She was never commanded. He was commanded, not her. That's why he was like, let's see what happens. She's like, oh, it tastes really good. And he's like, oh, well, nothing happened to you. Let me give it a try. And then God was like, I fucking told you, bitch. You didn't listen? You out now, motherfucker. Imagine that. But yeah, that's the whole point. The Pope is a Jezebel Babylon whore dog. Yes, Joyce. I'm gonna show that comment because it's true. And this is the reality, right? Is like if you think about it, a lot of the people that were there, or whatever, the priests and the other things like this, because it wasn't the priests, it was the high priestesses. And they basically changed everything. They shortened everything and changed everything to where man was the thing. And again, like I told you guys before, the Vatican is built on top of Isis's temple, and that's where they're siphoning and honing all this energy for. You don't believe me and you believe in God? Pray about it. Pray. Ask, is the divine source creator herself, itself, feminine? You're going to get a hard yes. Is the Vatican and the church evil? Are they built on top of the goddesses Isis's temple? You're going to get a hard yes. You don't have to trust me. Pray about it yourself. You'll get the download. For sure, you'll get the download. I'm just here, again, to share knowledge. I'm an ascended master. Jesus is like my brother. Ascended masters, right? That's what it is. Like we're here to share the information, which a lot of the darker orders and stuff like this, they don't want the general public to have the information. And that's why they want to, because they don't want you to have the information. Because then if everybody realized that they are made in the image of God, that they had the same accessibility to create as the gods, then they wouldn't be able to strike fear on you as being subservient to them. Literally, that's how old the fucking wounding is. Since the Garden of Eden. So, oh my God, you must have the safe place to land with you keep speaking the truth. I'm so divinely protected. Like they hunted me like a fucking animal for an extended amount of time. They block my accounts, they hack my devices, they clone my devices. That's why if you see at the beginning or throughout any of my videos, if you go and look at any of my videos, you'll see that every time I start speaking truth, they fucking cut it off. They fuck up the internet. They do this, they do that. And that's how you know. Whenever they cut it off, whatever I was saying was a fucking 100% true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped it at that point. And so I just keep telling people that. That's how you know it's getting fucking juicy, because they block it every time. Because if it wasn't gonna hurt them, why would they give a fuck? But yeah, no, they block me on fucking social medias. I'm shadow banned. That's why I can't even get like a hype button on here. I can't that's why I do lives, because the only way that I can actually get people seeing it is like doing the lives. Like you'll see that I don't get that many more views after it's fucking posted because they have me fucking shadow banned. Knock on wood. That's just gonna fucking change. They're changing it up, and that's the reality. But yeah, that's basically what I said. I was like, if you guys protect me, I'll keep speaking the truth, but you need to protect me. I need to know that my team is out here on my team. And that's why people are like, you should just leave there. I'm like, bro, and go where? Go back to America where they're more fucking satanically psychotic? I'm cool. I live in Bali, Indonesia, and you know why I'm so protected here is because morning, afternoon, and night, the Balinese be making what's called chanang offerings, right? These little baskets where they have all the little flowers and they light the incense and all this stuff, and they pray to the gods. That's why it's called the island of the gods, not God, not monotheism. Offering, and they also do what's called the bolang, which is it's a repository of this. It's like a checkerboard, black and white checkerboard. So it's like black, white, and gray. And what they do is they make the offerings to the good, to the light, and to the dark. It's to maintain the balance and this fucking duality where we're stuck in this third density. So they understand that there's evil out here. They have the Balinese have a special type of magic. Now they do practice white magic and black magic out here. There is some fucking weird shit that goes on. And I will admit that definitely there was some weird other shit and people doing weird spells and black magic and shit. I do understand that, but that's why I had to cut out people that are drinking or on too many substances or fucking too many people, because they can body snatch and come over to you via other entities. And so, yeah, that's why I'm just like, okay, I'll be here by myself. But here, they're constantly playing to the ancestors and to the angels and to the gods. And because of that, like, I have like the master fucking protection here. So it's like, look at my little silver Ganesha over here. You know what I'm saying? Removing all the obstacles. Like, for me, I'm good. I'm super, super safe. Yeah, I will keep speaking the truth. Oh no, that's not okay, but why haven't they started prosecuting them? Yeah, that's the reality, right? Because people are in a haze. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It's sick. Yeah, they're already copying manuals, translations, standing. Yeah, they've been trying to hide it and do all of this stuff. They're literally trying to do all this stuff. They're trying to do the most, and it's not working out for them. Hey, cool. I don't understand what you're telling me to wear low. Like, no, bro. If all you're gonna do is come on here and tell me how to wear my clothes when I'm a fucking stylist for more years than you've been alive, son, you're in the wrong place. But I love you. Damn, he dead. Didn't know that. Somebody died. I don't know. Pandora's box, and that's why they call it Pandora's box, right? Because they opened some shit, right? Brew the cauldron of knowledge, goddess, earthquake, mother earth. Yeah, they're all female. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mother earth, mother ocean, the moon, the sea. We're on a water planet, like mother nature. Uh, how much more proof do you need? You know, it's really awesome. In when I was in Italy, and I was going around because I was traveling around Europe checking out all these crazy like cathedrals and stuff like this. But as I was going into churches and stuff in Italy, they don't have Jesus on the cross. They have the mother holding the baby. Now, the reality is if you want to hit the full alchemical thing, right? It's feminine, it's not God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Like, what the fuck? No. The triad or the triad or the triangle is man, woman, and then the alchemy creates the child, the third that is coming from one. It's like you're 50%. No, it's 100% and 100%. But when 100% and 100% come together, right? There's 50% of the feminine and 50% of the masculine that now becomes the child. So interesting how they can translate things so fucked up to make everybody so lost. But yeah, it's just the reality, right? Yeah, they're all female. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Is it the way around? Is that the way around it? Is what the way around it? You'll protect you. You'll lead the team. I need a warrior to lead the team. Like, bro, I feel like Cole, I got love for you, but I feel like I'm someone that's had ADHD like the majority of my life, and I feel like your ADHD is way more fire on fire than mine. So, but I appreciate that. uh, I gave you an age check. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't, don't, don't insult me for coming in here and giving information for free. I am like literally I've been a stylist for more years than you've been alive. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just stating facts. That's what I do. I share facts and I share information. And while we're in this deep level of conversation about how feminine needs to be worshipped and respected, you're coming in and telling me you want to see more of my tits, bro. Let's be real. Who's trolling who? We're talking about divine feminine and how she needs to be worshipped, and you're talking about pull your shirt lower to see your tits. You missed a lot of the conversation that we were in. He's 18, sweetie. I don't hate him for that. I'm just trying to explain to him, as you hop in and out of conversation all the time, it's hard for you to be present on what's going on. And though I can appreciate him because he tells me the truth of what looks good or what feel, like how he's feeling. Also, yeah, it is hormones and he wants to see more of the fucking tits. Why do I need to pull it down more? What the fuck are you talking about? I want to take my shirt off. It doesn't go. I can't pull over. I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over anymore, Cole. I can't pull over anymore. So, anyways, I have love for you, but when I'm channeling, and we're talking about the Divine Mother, I'm not surprised that as a younger child, you're like, can we get the titties? It's just real. It's real. And this is actually a precise example of where masculinity, right, where the male is in because they've been shown that, or they've been taught that, and they want to see more of the body. They want to feel. You shouldn't feel embarrassed, actually. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. Everybody send Cole love. You shouldn't be embarrassed. It's part of nature, right? I don't feel like I'm not insulted by it because I understand you're 18 and you love, of course, when I look much younger than I am. Of course, me too. Everybody who doesn't love that, who doesn't want to feel more beautiful, more younger, and more voluptuous. So you're not wrong there. That's a reality. But it was an inappropriate time to come in and say something like that when we're talking about how the divine feminine needs to be honored and respected and worshiped. So do you understand how when you inserted that was not really an appropriate timing, or at least not appropriate for this conversation at this point? But that's what I'm saying is you go back and forth and you're probably hopping a bunch of different feeds and you're like, whatever, I'm here for fucking, you come like almost every day and I'm here for hours every day. So I'm sure like when I was 18, I didn't want to listen to fucking lectures forever because I didn't have the capacity. And now actually what it does is it actually just proves, see, sending you love, Cole. See, nobody wants you to be embarrassed or feel bad. We're just bringing things to your attention. And listen, when people bring things to your attention, it's because they care to help you. If we were attacking you, then that would be different. But we're not. We're saying, hey, we're all family here and we want to help you be the best man that you can be. But here's the thing is what it did actually is just show, right, how we're going from these different stages. But I have compassion for it, right? I have compassion because literally, like, after my accident, and also the way that things are programmed nowadays is like to have no attention span. So I'm not surprised that you pop in and you pop out and you're like, boom, 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 boom. You're seeing something and you just speak out on it because here I want people to speak out and to say how they feel and what they're experiencing. So I'm not trying to beat you up for that. Please, I hope you understand that. I'm sending you lots of love. I'm just being real with you as if I'm your friend, as if we're family, like your helpful auntie saying, listen, listen, listen. I know your mother's crazy, but I'm going to tell you something that's going to help you out later on in life. Unless you're a gay stylist, you shouldn't tell women how to wear or fix their clothes or to change them unless you can take them to buy new ones that they want. There's a good lesson for you, like just like a good piece of advice. So, but yeah, anyways, shouldn't say embarrassed. Yeah, see, look, everybody's got love. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but it's good to know, just like you shouldn't ask women their ages. You shouldn't tell them, like, unless you're super close, like you're my friend. We're close friends, whatever. So I don't take it. I'm not like, oh my God, I can't believe you. Like, no, I know who you are. So I laughed about it because I'm like, you're fucking funny. There's not the time to say that because it was just like in the timing of the worshiping, like understanding God as a female. Like, can we see more titties? I'm not gonna talk shit on that because like, bro, like if I had to stare at like if anybody had to see something, like I'm sure everybody would rather see titties than dick any day of the week. Maybe. But even gay dudes, they still like titties. But I'm just saying, like, personally speaking, I would rather see more titties and pretty women than dicks and hairy men. But you know, whatever. That's just life, right? So we have to be playful in how we understand and not take things so um personally. If you want to know a really good book, Cole or whoever else, there's a short book called written by Don Miguel Ruiz called The Four Agreements. I don't know if you've ever heard of it or you've ever read it. The Four Agreements is literally life changing. It's short. It's a short book, like not that big. I had it. Someone fucking stole it from me. I don't have it anymore. But yeah, it's a small book. It's a thin book. And anyways, the four agreements, Don Miguel Ruiz talks about the four agreements. And the first agreement is to always be impeccable with one's word, right? So if you say you're going to do something, then you do it. You say you're going to be somewhere, you be there, you be impeccable with your word. Always be impeccable with your words. Never take anything personally. Hmm. Never take anything personally. Always do your best. And what is the fucking fourth agreement? God, now I feel dumb because I'm trying to teach you something and I can't even teach. My new brain is so slow sometimes. Um, what is it? Okay. What are the four agreements? Anyways, it's a short book, but it's so life changing and it teaches you how to not be insulted or take anything personal or anything like this, right? Hold on, let me see. Where's the images? Never make assumptions. Never make assumptions. I'm like, what is it? Here we go. Never make assumptions. The four agreements. The book looks a little bit like this too. Let's look at this. So yeah, always be impeccable with your words. So speak with integrity. Say only what you mean. Avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. Use the power of your word in the direction only of truth and love. Okay. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dreams. When you are immune to the opinion and actions of others, you won't be a victim of needless suffering any longer, right? Super important. Don't make assumptions. Find the courage to ask a question and express what you really want. Communicate with others as clearly as you can to avoid misunderstandings, sadness, and drama. With just this one agreement, you can completely transform your life. Yeah, don't make assumptions. This was like the one that was hardest for me. I'll fucking make assumptions because of all of my psychology studies, right? Like I'm just like, nah, this is what, like I'm always reading under things. And always do your best. Your best is going to change from moment to moment. It will be different when you are healthy as opposed to when you are sick. Under any circumstance, simply do your best and you will avoid self judgment, self abuse, and self regret. Okay. But, anyways, you should read this book. This is a fucking awesome book. He has like a little series of them. Um, but yeah, the four agreements, awesome for anybody. Just a great book to have, a great book to read. I've read it so many different times throughout my life, and it's really helped me many different times in my life on how to really bring myself back in. But that's why I'm not I'm not taking it personally, right? Like I'm not insulted, but you should also not take it personally when I say something back, right? So yeah, So when you come to anything in your existence and you get to the point where you're like angry, sad, upset, or whatever, go over the four agreements. Be like, am I taking something personally? Am I making assumptions? Am I doing my best? Am I whatever? And when you actually go through each one of them, you can see, oh fuck, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking it personally, or oh fuck, I'm making an assumption of, you know. But the thing is like it says, is your best is going to change from day to day, from circumstance to circumstance. So you're just like, listen, I'm doing my best. Like some days the best I can do is like get up and brush my teeth and like rinse off and take a shower and rest for the day. Sometimes that is my best. Other times I can make fucking 25 things in a day, beautiful things. So your best is going to change, and you're the only one. You're the only one in competition with yourself. There is no competition. There is no fucking timeline. There is no deadline. That's all ego. That's all ego. 100%. That's all ego. And so just stepping out of that space of the fear, of the ridicule, of the whatever, you know, like I don't hate because I know you're just fucking speaking the truth. So, um, yes, yeah, I love it. I say this all the time. I was going to call you Dr. Roberts because it's like Dr. Roberts. um, assume. Yeah, assume is an ass out of you and me to assume because literally when you break down the word, assume, ASSUME, assumptions. Not good. And it's literally funny. Like that's how language is so interesting, right? And this is why the translations of things are coming down, right? When they said Eve was made from Adam's rib, like the actual word is called like sahan, something like this. Um, I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, but in Hebrew, which means the side. So one side, just like this picture that you guys always see of Shiva and Shakti, where one side is masculine and one side is feminine, like these really famous, like 100%. Because listen, our right side is masculine energy and our left side is feminine energy. And if you really want to go deeper, right, when I had the whole right side of my body broken from head to heel and half of my heel burned off, I realized the metaphysical mapping of it was heel. This is my stability, right? My heel is my stability. This is my foundation. This is how I stand. This is what keeps me there, right? And this, it burned off. Like you can still see it. It's still growing back. My foot is still growing back. Half of my foot was literally burned off. There's so many tendons and ligaments and stuff in your foot. And like I would be like, come on, lizard foot. And everybody's like, what are you doing? And I was like, what do you want me to do? I want it to grow back, bro. I want it to grow back. And so, anyways, the right side is the masculine side. And so I realized that my grounding, that my foundation of masculine energy and all this stuff was off, right? How I see, it was my right eye that got fucking smashed, my whole cheek, my jawline, how I see, how I speak, feel nerve damage, the shoulders, the hip, the pelvis, how I stand, how I walk, all of it, all of the masculine energy in me was broken, probably because I was having to do everything by myself for so long. And I was like, I'm cool. I don't need anybody. I'm good. I'm good. And the whole joke that my guides told me the whole time, they're like, oh, yeah, can you do it by yourself now? Because I couldn't sit up. I couldn't stand. I have both of my shoulders fucking broken, my hip, my pelvis, my fucking face. Like I couldn't be on either side. I couldn't lay on the back. I couldn't sit up all the way. Like it was terrible. But the reality of the situation is I understood that it was related, right, to me being hyperly and the masculine energy and always taking care of everything else. And so for me, I needed to heal all of that imbalanced masculine energy from not being stable, not having the support from the masculine, from the father energy, from the partner, from the, and not having that. And so as I started to heal that within myself, and the way that I healed a lot of it was acknowledgement of it, right? Quantum mechanics, but also stepping more into the feminine zone of being in the receptive mode, being I need help, I have to receive help, you need to do this for me because I cannot actually physically do it for myself. So that was the big thing. They're like, can you do it by yourself? Can you do it by yourself now? And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what? And this is why people swear. When they swear, they use the name Jesus Christ. Why? Because because what he was speaking, right? So interesting, right? Because what he was speaking was true, but they didn't like it. It was bad in nature. So swearing, interesting, right? There's so much that breaks down, and maybe we'll talk about it all another day. As of now, it's 1:47 a.m. here where I am, and yeah, as much as I would like to bother my asshole fucking people forever, um, like I'm exhausted and I have to take care of myself because literally my cat likes to wake me up. See this little Minnie sleeping up here? She wakes me up at 6 a.m. every day because she's used to us being on a what do you call it? On an earlier schedule. But since I started doing my videos later, I like to sleep until like 8. And she wants me to still get up so we go on a morning walk because she's a really good little therapy animal. She's here. Oh, you didn't see her because you weren't here. She came here and she was hanging out with me and she went here and then she went here and then she climbed up here. She's here. Say hello. So, anyways, she'll wake me up regardless because she knows that for healing, we need the morning sun. As the sun is rising, this is the best time to go and sun gaze. As the sun is rising and the sun is setting for the first 10 to 20 minutes of the day, um, is super best. That's how you get clearer eyes. People, after it's hotter and brighter, it obviously don't stare at the sun, but like um, for dawn and dusk, for the sun rising and the sun setting, it's a great time. It's a great time for eyes, and I should do it because my eyes have been fucking tripping so much. Um, but yeah, the sun. So we have this little routine, and she likes to keep me in this little routine, and so I can't be mad at her because literally this is the only little soul that saved me. Huh? My little, yeah, with your little papas. It's the only little soul. See your little papa up there to touch my hand. She's the only little soul that saved me. She makes sure, like, she gets really upset. Like, if I don't eat, she makes sure that I feed myself. She makes sure that I go outside, that we go on a little walk, that I drink my water, that, she really, um, it's my whole little mini heart, huh? Talking about you did a little happy tail, huh? You did a little happy tail. She's so good. She's so cool. And everybody always trips out. And everybody always trips out on her because she's like a puppy. We go for walks and she walks behind me. She don't have a leash or anything, but she'll also come when I call her. If I like am gonna close the door or something like that, like I'll whistle and she'll fucking come running like and everybody will be like, what the fuck? Yeah, she talks to me all the time. She'll fucking tell you no straight up, like direct. And my friend was like, is that a no? And I'll be like, ask her again. And he'd be like, did you want this? And she'd be like, no. And he'll be like, fuck, that was a hell of a no. And I was like, she's smart. She'll tell you yes or no. And she'll tell you some shit. Like, she'll bitch at you. So, like, if I tell her I'm going to go somewhere and I'm gone longer, she'll fucking freak out. If I say, like, I'm going to be gone tonight, but I'll be back tomorrow or whatever, and I'm gone more than that, then she starts to get, like, stressed out. Even like one of these neighbor girls, she's like only comes here like a couple nights a week, and the cat's always like, no, 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 no. Like she's worried about her, but she doesn't understand. She thinks the cat's like wanting something, and the cat's basically like, bro, where have you been? I've been so worried about you. Are you okay? What, are you all right? And that's the thing. And she's always checking, but she's like a super trained therapy cat. She's super awesome. Um, In my country, it's 151. Yes, I live in Bali, Indonesia. So, uh, I live below, um, um, below Malaysia and Thailand, but like above slash next, like I don't know. Indonesia actually is like one of the biggest countries. We have like we have like over 15,000 islands here in Indonesia, which is actually the initial reason why I wanted to, not the initial reason, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here is because I am a pirate. I am a sailor. And I was like, well, let's go sail around all these islands. It's so awesome. But I haven't done it yet. Yet. That's on the list. I think that's what's coming next. Yeah, look at that hard yes. Oh, don't knock me over now. So anyways, yeah, so I live in Indonesia and there's different time zones in Indonesia, but we're basically west, like Australia. Australia would be here and we're like over here. Bali is a relatively small island in comparison to many of the other islands out here, but Bali is predominantly Hindu. And there are different type of like Hindu, like India, but different where the rest of the country is Muslim predominant. So it's a very interesting, very special place. And the Bali magic is real. Like to sit down with the priests and stuff like this, and to be able to see, like, for them to be like, you eat too much ginger, you eat too much of this, or you did that, or you broke your arm like this, let me fucking adjust it for you. And you're like, what? Like they've really helped me to, I thought that I came here to produce the clothing and maybe to sail around on my friend's pirate ship and oh, to meet this dude. And Mom Bali was like, no, that's not that's not what you came here for. You gonna you came here to do spirituality. Um, you thought I was in USA. Oops, that's all oh, you see a tail. No, there's not two cats. The other psycho cat, I think. I don't want to jinx it. Knock on wood. I hope he went away and fucking chased him. I'd have given him a little boot on his little fat little balls. I wanted. I never really nah. I felt bad, but I was just like, bro, you gotta go. You gotta go sort that out somewhere else because my cat's not gonna let you do it. It's not gonna get you where you want. You thought I was in USA. No, I was born in California. But I haven't lived in the USA in, I think I left 7 years ago. I haven't lived there in a very long time. That's why my mother language is English. Yes. So, yes, English. And then I was learning sign language. Well, Spanish, obviously. And a lot of California is very close to Mexico. So I know a decent amount of Spanish. Can understand a lot more than I speak, but yeah. Then I traveled around Europe for a while and lived in a bunch of different countries and also Italy before I came here, and then left Italy because I was long overstayed my visa and didn't want to be blocked out from being able to go back there. Um, and came here. Lived in Thailand for a few months, but came back to Bali. I was picking up on the premonition um, before COVID took place, and everybody was making fun of me in Thailand. They're like, "Oh, we had our friends from China bring this big. They brought this thing of hand sanitizer because I was channeling. They're like, okay, witch, and I was channeling that this thing was going to come, and we were not going to have like soap or ways to clean our hands or all this stuff. And I was like, we're going to need hand sanitizer or something. And they're like, what are you talking about? And so the other homies came out from China to meet us at this place and they brought this thing. They're like, "You think this is gonna be enough?" And I was like, "Fuck you guys, right?" And then, like, of course, 3 months after COVID started, because I was like, "You better decide where you're gonna be, because you're gonna be here for like 6 to 9 months minimally." And they're like, "You're fucking crazy." I was like, "All right, I'm for sure crazy, but I'm not psycho, and I'm not fucking making shit up. Like that has nothing to do with the factual information that I'm telling you." Like, I'm comfortable in my crazy, but I'm not giving you crazy information here. And so, anyways, um, basically, yeah, they started calling me like a few months later, being like, "All right, what's gonna happen next?" And I'm like, "Oh, now what?" I was like, "You out of that hand sanitizer?" They were stuck in that same little village on that same little island in Thailand for like 6 or 9 months, literally, like exactly what I said. And they're just like, "She's a witch." And I was like, "Bro, I told you that." Like, that wasn't a secret. Like, you guys just didn't believe it until something drastic happened that I didn't do to you. But yeah, I bounced out and I actually got stuck in Malaysia for a day and I fucking freaked out because they were closing all the airports and stuff. I was like, I gotta go. And then yeah, I was here. Beautiful to be here in Bali, for all the time that COVID was going on. That was like such a beautiful, to have its own private island without all the fucking tourists was awesome. Do I actually do that? Do I actually do what? I don't know what I actually do or don't. This is a half of my mannequin. That's what you're talking about, Cole. These here, these are my traditional Balinese. This is called a kabaya, and these are like a special type of sarongs. These are like what do you call it? Like actual stitched. These patterns are all stitched in here. This is pretty intense. These are like fancy ones. These are fancy sarongs that have all this embroidery. I'm like, what the fuck is it called? Embroidery. But yeah, these are very these are ceremonial clothes. And this girl over here that you're seeing, she's half of my one of she's the top half of my mannequin. That's a wig that my friend put in my stuff. I think like one of my old best friends from San Francisco. When they try to return me all my stuff, um, that everybody took, they gave me a bunch of shit that belonged to other people, and I was like, what the fuck is this? But anyways, I put it on her because it's just like it reminds me a little bit. It brings a little bit of my San Francisco space into this space. So like hurt the cat intentionally. Do you actually hurt the cat? I didn't want to hurt the cat. I didn't want to hurt the cat. I tried to shoo him away, but the reality is that little motherfucker turned around and straight fucking attacked me. And I was like, all right, now you're gonna get the boot, bro. So I gave him a little, I wouldn't say like I fucking booted his ass, but I definitely gave him a fucking little tap. Like I was like, boom, tap that shit. He's like, oh, he fucking jumped and fucking ran. And I was like, fuck, finally something. Because it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter if I fucking put food somewhere else. It didn't matter if I threw water at him. It didn't matter if I fucking like I was trying to get him to go and he wouldn't shoot. He just would fucking keep coming and trying to attack. And I even took like an empty plastic water bottle and would like bopped him with it like for a few different days, like trying to be like, I don't want to hurt you, but I just want to let you know, like, and nothing would scare him. Like the little sweeper, the ground sweeper, that scared him. So he must get fucking booted or swept out a lot. But it's just because he's got these big old little balls on the cat, and like that's the reality, right? The micro and the macro, right? Is like when males are too whatever, they need to like sort their ball situation out or something, something like this. But yeah, I did feel at first I was like, oh my God, I fucking heard a cat. And then I like came in and I had a whole conversation with my cat and I was like, mommy's never heard any other cats before, but this was a bad cat and I feel bad. And for me, it was a little bit difficult because for me, I'm Lyran and High Priestess, which is actually the cat-headed, the cat-headed species. You may have seen a lot of them, very famous in Egypt because they're the seeding of the species of our planet Earth. And that's why Egyptians worshipped cats so much, is because a lot of their information, a lot of the gods and stuff came back down. And so that's why it was like to hurt or to kill a cat was punishable by death. So that's a reason why, is because they were the seeding of our race, our like ancient ancestors, ethereal ancestors. And so yeah, it was a little bit tough, but I prayed about it at first. I was like, what do I do? Like, do I give this cat a boot? And it like, I didn't want to, but when the cat fucking jumped back and was like, ah, I was like, ugh. I was like, all right, bro, what can I do? But the reality is he came back once and I fucking opened the door and was like, bruh, do I need to, do you need another boot to the balls or what? And he was like, and he fucking took off. So maybe that's all he needed, right? Maybe all the beautiful spell work and the cleansing and the fucking blessings and the fucking incense and the the holy water, like the temple water, like all that, none of that worked. But a little ball tap and straight gone. So I don't know, it was kind of funny enough, but I was like, I shouldn't be laughing about this. I feel terrible. I think it did hurt him, but that's why I was like, but it's like he fucking attacked me, bro. Full on claw bit attacked me. First my shoe, then my leg, then my fucking arm, and I was like, all right, bro. Because I tried to pick him up by the by the nape of his neck. I tried to pick him up like this, and he fucking went ape shit. I tried to pick him up by the back of his neck, and he fucking attacked my arm, and I was like, bro. Like when I went outside, he fucking like tried to attack my leg, and then fucking attack my boot, and that's why I think initially at the end I just was like, I'm gonna give you a little taparoonie on those big bowls. That way you go sort that out. So you're not here. I don't know if you've been here the last few days or the last whatever, but if you remember what that cat sounded like, anybody that's been here for a minute, you remember what that cat sounded like. Like he was like, he sounded like he was imitating pornography or something. Like, I don't know, but he was making all kinds of weird noises and like all night and all morning. So I had to do something. I don't know what else to do. I've sprayed water on his ass so many times. It only keeps him away for like 3 minutes. So try a haul on the steam. That'll be so amazing. Doing a try on haul on the stream. I don't understand. Oh, I can't get to the shit. I can't reach this. See how high these boxes are? I can't reach those. I can't get them down. All of my stuff is in these boxes. Like that's the thing is like I came here so I could be able to sew stuff and do all this stuff, but in order for me to do that, I literally have to go buy another ladder or a fucking chair, and like I don't want to do that. Like because then I don't have anything to do with it, um and I can't drive my bike that far because these motherfuckers like stuck a fucking something through my radiator of the bike and they're just fucking with it. So at this point, I'm just chilling. Literally. I'm just chilling. But I don't know that I'll do that. Maybe I'll do like some type of feed or something that shows all the available old stuff that I made, but I definitely will not be doing it for any of my new stuff because that's what everybody wants me to do, and I'm sick of people stealing my shit. So no, until people fucking pay me to see my art, like I don't think that they'll see my art. I'll probably show some of my umbrellas maybe tomorrow, something like that, because it's festival season. I make these hand painted parasols, and I'll maybe put those out because I don't know who can. I mean, I don't want to say knock on wood. People can't steal that shit because they be stealing everything. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your art. Motherfuckers raping everybody out here. I don't know if you guys remember that shit. I don't know if you remember that shit. Oh my god. Oh. Why did your right side switch off? One day you stood up and it was off, or it was an accident? I got hit and ran over and drug behind a fucking truck, like a bobtail style truck. I don't know where you're from, but like a decent, like not a semi, but like not a little truck, like a fucking truck. And I was riding on my bike, and the people were fucking drunk, and they made a big fucking turn, they drive here, like they straighten out the corners, and the roads are already small because they're made for bikes, not really fucking trucks and shit. And yeah, this dude fucking took a big corner and fucking smashed me right in the face. Yes, I got hit front face, full frontal from a fucking truck. And when it hit me in the face here, it KO'd me. It snapped my helmet in half and it KO'd me. And at that point, um, I think that I like felt like I, and the bike got stuck, like locked into the truck. And what happened is I fell because the left shoulder was like fucking broken, shattered, and this one was only fractured. And I was like, how is that possible? Well, because I got hit here. This was my main. My jaw was like hanging. My eye, like I looked like you can still see this side is a little bit lower than this side, and see how this eye sits more closed than this eye, because my whole face was fucking smashed. And I had to do a lot of like massage therapy and all this. And even now, like it's like for me to smile is it's a lot. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of nerve damage. I have like permanent nerve damage because I couldn't get any facial surgery or anything like this. Because people are just like, oh, you got this, girl. Like, no. And this was people doing black magic and people trying to steal my shit after I'd done all the photo shoots and was about to launch my shit. And then they fucking dropped the roof. First, they dropped the tree on my bike. Then they dropped the roof. Then I got another bike from another friend that I went to go do a ceremony. I was actually wearing this one, this one, when I got in the accident. I think it still has a hole in it somewhere. Yeah, here. You can see. Can you guys see it? See all the holes in it? From skidding on the road. But when it hit me and it locked in, my foot got stuck and it burned off literally half my foot, like onto the tailpipe. And so yeah, when it's hard for me to like go like stand up and do this, I'm like, bro, it's so much for me to just sit. But yeah, so when I got stuck, I fell onto the left arm, and then was my head was basically fucking bouncing because I was KO'd, and so I lost like this whole patch of my hair and my face. They drugged me. All of my stuff was being upwards, and then I asked them to take me to the hospital. They took me to an urgent care. I was like bleeding from my eyes for like 2 weeks straight. Um, they took me to like an urgent care, and I was like, I need brain scans. And they're like, no, 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 no. I'm really lucky that they actually found me because here we have a day called Nepi, which is a silent day. And this happened the night before. They do a big parade called the Oga Oga, and it's where they scare all the demonic spirits out. So I'm pretty sure that these people that were like drinking and driving, they're trying to get somewhere because they close everything down. And on the day of silence, nobody can travel on the road. All the roads are closed, like it's silent. Like in villages and stuff, they don't allow lights or internet. Like it's silent. Like you have to have candles and stuff. And so I'm really lucky because if they would have left me there on the side of the road, fucking bleeding to death, like probably would have been in the hot sun the whole next day and would have definitely died because nobody would have ever fucking driven past me. And all of that was staged. Imagine. My own mother said, I was like trying to explain to her because I did study forensics for a long time about all the scarification, everything that was going on. And I was like, and it's like and I was trying to figure out the words because I was like, Doryfish. She's like, oh, like you got drugged behind the truck. And I was like, yeah, wait a second. So yeah, when I tell the stories about evil fucking family members doing crazy stuff and trying to off your life for fucking the insurance, life insurance, will, inheritance, and fucking houses and all kinds of shit that got left for you, like imagine your own family putting the hit out. So when people come on here, it's like, people are stalking me. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Not because I don't have compassion, but because, like, you're in a house that you have a lock to, and you're here getting to share the story. Like, bro, they cut my internet, they cut my Wi Fi, they were poisoning my water. They literally, And then when I started awakening Lilith, because all the guides started coming in, then all the fucking religions were coming against me, trying to put a hit on me. And then my ex obviously was a fucking was whatever, a dealer. And so when I was like, get the fuck out of my face, I can't deal with people like this, he went and told every fucking buddy on the island. And so then everybody was like, oh, she's gonna fucking tell everybody that we are selling drugs, and so we're gonna go kill her. And so he had people come in and put poison on my floor, poison my fucking cat, poison my water source. I found fucking jars with fucking poison in them with the letter Z on the bottom. Yeah, when I was packing my shit up, they poisoned my fucking the soap, the shampoo, everything, girl, everything. So when I tell people it's a state of mind and that they need to get cool with themselves, it's a whole nother thing. Bro, I went to everybody, the police and the Vandra and the Petrolon were supposed to come and pick me up. They took me to a clinic, the Ganesha clinic. And you know what's even more fucked up is all that shit, that truck, all that shit didn't even kill me. That's not, I lived through that somehow. And broken in 9 places from head to heel. And they took me to this clinic where they sewed up my ankle, like did a super gnarly, shitty job. Like, look at this shit. This shit's so gnarly. I think I showed you guys this before. I don't know if you can see it. Gotta turn so the light is different. See this? See how it's all fucking weird, white and weird looking? So I did all this bioresonance to fix all the skin scarification and all that. Like I was fucking literally from my foot to my head to my face, my whole face. I did all this bioresonance. I healed myself completely holistically and naturally via food and holistic healing and fucking no antibiotics, no fucking pain medications, and nobody to fucking help me but my little bitty over here. So, anyways, I asked them to just take me to the hospital to do a scan, and they're like, oh, just go to sleep. They kept putting me to sleep. They probably induced like 3 to 5 comas on the way back, and they drove me an hour and a half from where I got hit all the way back down to my villa and told me to go to sleep. And they're like, cool, we'll have the Banjar come pick you up tomorrow to take you to the hospital because the hospital's open on the silent day. And then I went outside. It was so fucking hard for me to get outside, to crawl outside. And I called all these different people and they were supposed to come and they never fucking came. And it was just so much. My friends almost got fucking arrested. Like they fucking went out of their house and they were driving their bikes trying to go to the police station to get the police to come down and help me because I couldn't get to the fucking hospital and I was so fucked up. And then they did that. And then when I went back, it was like 38 hours later. So it was after the fact. So they basically told me like insurance and all this shit isn't valid, right? Because you didn't come in when it happened. So this is considered a pre-existing condition because it's been almost 48 hours. Then they told me everything was good. It was ship shape. And I was like, fuck you. I'm going to need scans. And everywhere where I had them do an x-ray, and they tried to fucking straighten my leg that was fucking broke. And everywhere that I had them do x-rays, I was broken or fractured. And they're like, no, you're chill. And I was like, fuck you, you fucking fucks. Fuck you. So yeah. Did I have a near-death experience? Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. I've had many of them. That was just, I mean, that wasn't the most recent. That was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago and 3 months. So I am a miracle story. And I was like Dory fish, but I spent like almost a year in bed. I literally couldn't sit up or walk or do shit. I was stuck in bed, but I couldn't also be on the right side or the left side because both shoulders were, it was a lot. It was a lot. I'm lucky I was in Indonesia, so I could have food ordered and I could call rides to get to my bioresonance and to the doctor check-ins and things like that. I'm super grateful for that, and I could hire like to get like the nurses to come in and help do stuff, like go to the bathroom or bathe you or do some stuff, clean your house or whatever, is like $3 to $5 an hour. So, if I wasn't here, I would have been completely in a more fucked situation. But yeah, it's been a lot. So, that's the thing, is like literally like I could fucking sue everybody. I could sue the fucking owners, the landlords that said that they called the pet salon, the ones that fucking did the black magic at that house, the ones. Do you understand? Like, I could sue the hospital, the clinic, because they told me you don't need brain scans. That's why initially, when I finally, it took me 2 years to be able to save up enough money to get to fly to Thailand and to be like with one of the top 10 neurologists in the world to actually do all the proper brain scans. I went to 5 different hospitals here. Like, I could sue literally these 5 different fucking hospitals and the neurologists that didn't understand that I spoke their fucking language and heard them talking to me like I was talking about me as if I was a dollar sign and to send me where they could make more money off of me because I was fucking white from America. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I should be suing the pet salon and the Banjar up there, the pet salon and the Banjar down where I lived. I should be suing the the clinic that let me go saying nothing was wrong. I should be suing the 5 fucking hospitals. I should be suing the fucking immigration agent that fucking helped to steal my identity and to open new bank accounts and to do all this other stuff. The police just make the report out here. They don't do any of the rest. The Banjar and the Petalon are higher order than them. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty crazy, right? So anyways, and they should be paying for whatever, me to have to get the new passport, me to have to do this, me to have to, they should be paying for all of the medical expenses, which is about fucking $25,000 to $50,000 in the past 3 years from their medical negligence. They wanted to put 26 plates in my face so you can understand how fucked up, how shattered it was. My eye was fucking broken 3 places. And it was a hit and run. So, fuck people and their dumb shit. It's not bad luck. It was black magic. It was people literally attacking me, trying to take my life and collect a life insurance policy because they were collecting out. I got left a large inheritance, a multi-million-dollar house, and a bunch of shit, stocks, bonds, a will, all kinds of other shit that my family was happily spending on their next new family that they fucking stole from me. So between the people out here that did the black magic on me, and then when my family that's been trying to off me since I was a kid realized that these people were actually able to do some shit that actually fucked me up, I don't really know, because to be honest, when I told my actual father, he was like, "Oh yeah, that last one almost took you out," and I was like, I was thinking about it actually, like today or yesterday. I was like, "So did they order that hit? Look at that. That's a hard yes. Whoa, come on now." So because people hate, because people are greedy. Like, it's not enough that I moved to the opposite side of the world and I'm the fuck away from everybody that you still got to harass me. Like, I must have a lot of money on my head. It must be real fucking important. I must have a real big job to do because otherwise I wouldn't have fucking all these different religions fucking trying to attack me. Would I? All these different people, the fucking Masons, the Eastern Star, the what is it, the OTOs, the fucking FBI, the CIA, the blah 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 blah. All of them. So I just look at it like this. I must be pretty powerful if all these motherfuckers got all these motherfuckers after me, and I'm still staying alive, staying alive, uh, staying alive. So yeah, anyways, well, 100K is not shit out here because 100K is actually only like 650 USD. Oh, but no, but yeah, like 100,000 USD. I mean, what about suffering, the loss of my work, the loss of my fucking computer, my tablet, my phone, my fucking 8 limited edition paintings, my fucking cognitive function. I didn't just lose some things. I lost my actual fucking cognitive function. And when those motherfuckers were poisoning me and doing all that shit last year, and I thought it was a brain thing, oh, no, no, no. I had a fucking stroke. They were poisoning me. They were dosing me out. They were doing all kinds of shit. They were doing the most. So when I say everybody that reproduced some deep fake and made fake porn of me and did fucking all this bullshit, I'm going to have every one of their dicks in a jar. Plus, 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 plus. They're now my bitches. Every fucking one of them. Or I'm going to happily chop their fucking dicks off of them. Do you understand? Starting. All the people that try to poison me, oh yeah, they're going to be poisoned in public. Think it's a joke? Lilith will take back everything you took from her plus some. So fuck around and find out. After the accident, whoever was asking about the NDE, the near-death experience, I've had so many near-death experiences, but ever since I was like about 4 or 5 years old, ever since I can remember, I've always been speaking to ghosts and spirits. I've always seen the other side, and they've always been communicating with me. At some point in time, I did have this really gnarly old lady that would really like harass me, and she was super angry, and it did freak me out. But yeah, so near-death experience, NDE is a near-death experience because people get really more in tune to the spirit world, and that's probably 100% why I've had so many of them in my life. Like literally last year, I had like 4 of them because like I saw some dude try to shoot me, the gun blew back. I saw some dude like trying to do this, trying to fucking like people have died, people have gotten in car wrecks, people have gotten in bike wrecks, people have gotten sick, people are fucking puking, people are losing weight, people are looking fucking old, people are losing their hair. All the black magic that they put towards me, I return to sender. See, something interesting is when I went and after I was in the accident, this bitch, Yana, yeah, cunt, you going down. If you're still alive, you won't be for long. That's for fucking sure. Anyway, she sent me to this monku, right? And he had this Kali Ma, right? Kali is like the deity that's always like seen with the blood and the fucking eating all the heads and standing on the man. So he has this whole thing on his back, and he went there, and I was wearing my ceremonial stuff, and he was like, "Oh, this is someone that actually respects the religion." I speak a little bit of Balinese. Bahasa Indonesia is like the language of Indonesia, but there's like 500 to 700 different dialects because there's so many different islands. And here in the island of Bali is Bahasa Bali. And so I understand some of these words, especially with the priests and things like this. And so they had paid him. They had paid him because he works with black magic. He works with Kali. Um, not that anybody works with Kali as black magic, but he does white and black magic, this priest. And he went into his little like prayer space and prayed like several times. And he came back out and he looked at me, and I'm just sitting there, and he was like, and he went back in and he did it again. And so he did this blessing. I did like three different blessings, and when I went there was this other Indonesian lady, because he's only speaking like this really old Balinese dialect, and I couldn't understand all of it. I could energetically understand, but I was like asking him like, who did it? Is this black magic that was put on me, or is it bad luck? And he was like, oh no, it's black magic. And he started describing what this fucking bitch, Mariana, oh yeah, what this fucking cunt looked like. What she looked like, what she acted like. She's small, like a child, but not just in size, in her nature, in her jealousy, in her looks, and in her mind, in her being. Jealous, like a small child. And he told me she is from West Java, and this is what she looked like, and this is what she did. And then he even told me when she fed me, when she fed me, where we were at, somebody's party, at somebody's place. He's like, it's like a club, but it's not a club. It's like a store, but it's not a store. It's like a restaurant, but it's not a restaurant. And then my friend has like a record store where it's like a restaurant on top and they do like DJing and stuff because it's a record store and they have a thing in the bottom. And he fucking described all of the shit. I mean, we don't even speak the same language. There's other ladies interpreting it and telling me all of it. And she's like, blah, 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 and this and that. And I'm just like, and she was like, and she gave you this thing and it made you kind of feel a little bit drunk. She like gave me, they gave me like a, I don't even know, some happy something, you know, and, and yeah, he basically explained the whole thing. And I was like, what the fuck? And so anyways, he did this spell work and they paid him to do this bad spell work on me. And what he did is he delayed the spell work. And what he did is basically, because he saw who I was, he saw my guides, and the guides were like, not this one. Because after the accident, I strongly started channeling this deity known here, and especially in Java, the huge island next door, known as Nairoro Kido, who is basically like this serpent, the queen, the serpent dragon queen of the seas. She rules all the seas and the waterways and stuff like this, but she's can be considered like demonic in nature because if people, there was a curse and I helped break it last year, but if people wear green, like in Java or even some places in Bali by the sea, it will swallow them whole. She'll kill them. It's not just a superstition, it's actuality. Like they have it actually documented. And they have many hotel rooms and places where they have whole altars and stuff to her to keep the room for her, and places where you know, and they don't let people wear the green on the beach, and it's a big thing. But she's always called for me to wear green, and people always look at me like I'm fucking crazy, like, ah, she's crazy. Well, maybe she's white, it doesn't affect her. And I'm like, nah, the spirits are calling me to wear the green, and the people are like, and then after the accident, I really super started channeling her, and it was really interesting because she would help me see like where energies were in things that didn't belong to people, where people had stolen things, or people had things that didn't belong, like really like super ancient energy. And so, anyways, when I went to this monku, which is like a priest, Balinese priest, he did this spell, and what he did is basically made it so when my third eye, when I fully awaken, that the magic will be reverted back, but that I'll also have higher accessibility to all of the feminine deities, because she was basically asking him. I was channeling her a little bit before, but not like fully. And um, she basically told him that I was like the chosen one or something like this, that I was like divine feminine incarnate, and that he had to protect me. And so he made it so when my third eye opened that I would have accessibility to tap into all of these ancient feminine deities. Now, he didn't tell me this. I channeled this last year when I finally realized what he was doing. And so he reverted the spell work because, and he probably kept taking payment from them. Is he dead? Did he die? No, no, because he didn't do it. He just kept taking the payment and telling them that he was doing the work, but didn't actually do it because he knows that I'm protected by Kali. Kali is one of my deities, right? Kali, Saraswati, Nairorokida, like a lot of these ancient Hindu deities are like, I'm very intertwined with them. And so he was just like, fuck, like, okay. And so, yeah, he basically I just felt it all super awakened last year, and I had this premonition, this strong vision of him, and it was like he was speaking to me um, in this ancient dialect and explaining, and I was like, whoa, okay, that's tight, that's tight. So yeah, all the people that had these ill wills or intentions towards me, that it would come back, but it wouldn't be soon enough to where they would worry because they were trying to off me. So, and then I also picked up that a lot of these people, even my family, right? They sent my cousin back to fucking Louisiana to do fucking voodoo and hoodoo and do all this stuff. They've been trying to do all these rituals because they've been siphoning my life force energy, taking all of my karma and giving me all of their fucking karma to transmute for them. And that's why I've never been able to complete anything until this point. because they've been keeping me like the Ophiuchus, you know, when he's like the 13th zodiac, and basically he's the snake wrestler, but he's opening this cosmic loop where they have humans stuck in this cyclical nature, right? So we keep going around and around and around and around, but the snake that eats its own tail. But when we actually evolve from that, right? Like in the cards, the snake becomes like an infinite instead of circular. So we can go back to the infinite. And anyways, yeah, I started really channeling all these ancient, that's when I realized that the snake actually isn't evil. The snake is actually what's called Naga. The snakes and the dragons are some of the most ancient, high level deities. And the reason why is because they have the ability to see and to sense. They have higher, heightened levels of senses far beyond human's physical realm. And so then they showed me actually that Lilith was the snake, right? That's how she snuck back into the garden to free Eve, to get her to eat the fruit. That is actually real. To free her, to have her come down and help free the children. So actually, snakes aren't evil. They're actually the most divine. And that's why you see a lot of Buddhas and different things like that that have all the snakes above their head and stuff, because they're divine. They have higher, heightened senses that can protect any attacker or anything like that. So basically, like, I have Naga level protection. So, anyways, I feel super safe and in tune here. And when I broke the spell last year, from the evil jealous whatever, this bitch that was jealous because she didn't want someone else to get her dude or to marry her dude, so she created this spell onto this deity, and she would go fucking crazy, and she would jump off every incarnation. She would fucking kill herself because she couldn't deal with it. She would go insane. And so I saw them, and they brought me down to one of the cliffs where she fucking jumped off here, but she felt Bali had accepted her as her home. And so she had asked me, I need you to save Bali. Can you please save Bali? And I didn't really understand what it meant until I broke the fucking curse. And then I went down to one of the beaches that I used to go down to, and they built like this 3 meter tall, um, what do you call it, statue of her. And I was like, damn, that's fucking tight. Let me see if I can show you guys a picture of it, because it is actually really fucking tight. And yeah, basically I broke that because all these people thought that she was evil, but it was actually the other girl that put the spell of the jealousy on people so they couldn't wear the green. They always thought that it was Kidal that was doing it. And when they realized that actually it wasn't, and that I um, healed that, I had broken that curse or that spell, they built this. Check this out. I don't know if you can see. So this is like fucking, she is like 3 meters tall. So for anybody that's US, a meter is basically like a yardstick. So it's like 3 feet. Okay, so she's like 9 feet tall. This is pretty big. And anyways, they have like these water elephants and water horses that tow her, kind of similar like. Um, but anyways, they built this, and she faces the west towards Java, and there's like this little one next to here, and it's like this little tiny dude, this little tiny green dude. You can't even fucking see him. And I was like, I don't understand. I keep trying to ask them what this is. I'll probably have to go back and figure it out. But anyways, she's the green queen. She rules all the seas and the waterways. Why is it bringing that reflection? I don't like that. But she's super cool, right? And she has green lights and stuff at night. But she insists on green, and like she led me around to these different places. And I went to this little temple that's on an island, like all the way up at the top. And everybody's like, why do you have to go here? And I started channeling, and they're like, is this fucking Boule crazy? And she told me like the type of flowers, the song, the prayer, like all the stuff that I had to do. And when I went and got the flowers and all this stuff, and I went there and I had to get this, that's why I found this one. I looked forever to find the green, and the green sash. And when I first came here, someone fucking stole it. It's one side of it's teal blue and one side of it's green. And I bought it, and I was looking for fucking like 3 weeks to do this ceremony all the way up in the fucking north. We had to drive like 4 hours to get to this place. And then bribe these people to take us in a boat because the island already closed, and but we had to go out there for sunset through the moon. Um, it was really epic, and there's all these different places that are there. And after the Ganesha, there's a huge Ganesha. There's she has a whole like she has a whole little temple and stuff there. And so we went in and we did some meditation and all this stuff because I was like, how am I supposed to save Bali? So anyways, I spent like 44 hours making this dope outfit, and then I got pissed because last year when I went to the drum and bass festival, this is me, super pissed off in case you couldn't tell. Let me see, I'll show you guys. Super angry at this moment because I fucking spent 44 hours making this dress for my birthday. They ruined my birthday because they tried to off me on my birthday. And this is actually like a 4-piece dress. You can't even fucking see how epic it is. He shot me. He's like, oh, I'll take a quick picture. And I'm like, bro, like I fucking did this and went to a whole creative city to shoot this around the art and y'all didn't do it. And he's like, why do you look angry? Why do I look angry, bro? Because I should have gotten this picture for my birthday, but you were poisoning me and I was having a fucking stroke and a seizure, an aneurysmic seizure. So I didn't get to do that because they didn't want me to embody it. And so the last 2 years of my birthday, they attempted to murder me. But she actually protected me by not letting me go into these group settings around these sick fucks. Because, yeah, otherwise I would have, for sure. They would have like injected me or done some other shit. And, yeah, so it is what it is. But in the end of the day, you know, you learn a lot. But yeah, after that, I became very close with Ratu. Was trying to see if I have pictures because it was really dope because she made us go out there when the moon was coming up. It was a full moon, and the moon was on the water with the huge Ganesha in the background. Like I want to find the picture to you guys because it was a really epic adventure. But yeah, she has like these specific flowers and all this stuff that you have to do. This many of this one, this many of that one, this many like very very specific. This is why I stay because I'm fucking protected here. That's why I don't move because Bali wants me to be here to save her, and that's just part of it. Part of it is something like this, saving her. Wow, I gotta delete some of these pictures. So funny. I don't have like my ex deleted like all of our fucking conversations and all this stuff, and I was like, I lost all these pictures, but actually farther back, I got some not so appropriate pictures. I should probably sort out. God, I just want to show you guys this, but I guess I'm not going to see it on here. Whatever. Whatever. Who cares? I'll show you guys another day. I'll show you some other day when I find it, even though it won't be relevant at that point, but whatever. Who cares? Yeah. Anyways, it was an intense journey, and so yeah, I respect the Hindu culture here, specifically in Bali, because it is something very special that I haven't quite experienced anywhere else. Ah, here it is. Oh my God. See, I just had to go look a little bit longer. Here we go. Show you this. And this dude, this Ganesha is like, I don't know, probably like 20 feet fucking tall or more. And this is her little area. I was like, she's not that dope. They didn't make her look that good. They were like not taking care of her. That's why she made me go all the way over here. But yeah, I went to this little temple. She has all these little umbrellas and all this stuff. And we put the flowers and we did all this shit. But there's all these Balinese prayers and different things that you have to do and say. And yeah, it's just a lot, but it's out on this island and the water is crazy. And yeah, we had to do all this shit to get there. And to be honest, that's why I thought, you know, my ex and them are always like down for the spiritual journeys, but literally I think that whatever, sometimes people just do stuff because they I don't know, maybe because they think they're going to get something, or I don't really know. I don't really know. Many times I really felt like there's a lot of different energy there, but In the end, um, you know, he's super draconian, and when he started getting way too much into the AI and doing all of this stuff, like it was like a different person, you know, different human and not a human, you know. Uh, so as a choice, right? Fumbleina. Anyways, you guys. Can you tell me about in real life ghost encounters? That was, bro. Well, I fucking have them all the time. You experience them when I'm channeling here. That's why I get mad when you talk about dumb shit. I channel aliens and ghosts and stuff. That's what I do. When I make my prayer to the ancients and the ascended masters and the deities, they give me a lot of the information. They're real, like I'm like fucking Ghostbusters. I they have me travel all around the. I've traveled all around the world, not all around the world, but I've traveled a lot. And they bring me to different places where there's trapped spirits, and I kind of help the spirits like clear the energy, like almost like the exorcism of the stuckness of the spirits, so they can move on. I saw some clip. They made a fucking show like this where some girl, this famous woman, um, and she used to see ghosts when she was young, and then like the day that she got married, like all these ghosts started coming to her and wanted them to make things up, so they like helped them so they could transition. That's a little bit like what I experienced, but it's on a different level, like where there was mass murders and like a lot of souls that got trapped that were unrightfully killed, or where it's connected to some um, genealogy or maybe like deities, goddesses, something like this. They bring me to different places. And here, the reason why they want me to be here in Bali is because this is the reproductive chakra. So this is basically like the womb. This is the womb. And here the energy can be amplified. So if I'm creating and starting and helping to build this new Earth, this new era, then we have to clean the parasitic nature out from the womb space, right? So that's why they want me to say ball it and to eradicate all these fucking parasitic fucking pieces of shit. So, anyways, yeah, you love ghost stories. We'll do a ghost story another day. Do you talk with bees? Fays. Yeah, yeah. That's why I call on the angel, the animals and the elementals, right? The fays, the these are like the fays and the fairies are like elemental spirits, so they generally are working with like the ethers, the air, the water, or the fire. So I work with them. A scary story, I'll tell you a scary story on another day. Today, no. Did you think about coming back to US? I went back to US last year, and it's taken me literally, I mean, I did have a lot of shit that happened last year with my ex and all this, but that's because my family was fucking paying him to fucking drug me and to fucking lock me in a institution, either to get to make me either get in another bad accident, to put me into like a mental facility saying that I was mentally unstable, so whatever I was saying they could devalidate, or to make me OD, like to actually make me die. Like they were doing that. That's what I'm saying is I found like poison and drugs that were in little jars that in the kitchen and different things that had the letter Z. Like for me, obviously, but I didn't create it. I never seen them before, and yeah, they were poisoning me with the shit, with the stuff that was killed me, literally and physically. And I went back to US last year, and they did a treatment. I was there for 4 months, and I did an intense treatment, RSO, to uh, shrink this tumor type thing that I have in my brain. And I think it helped. I think it woke me up a lot, but my body needed time to regulate, and these fuckers didn't really give me time. They just wanted to start offing me. Um, yeah, because they didn't expect me to go back. I fucking showed up like unexpected, and they weren't really ready for that. And yeah, when you do weird things and pull out life insurance policies and have other people get married, and you're collecting money and inheritance and sorting it out, and your other people are pretending to be you, and then you come in and out of the country because they didn't ever expect you to come back to the country, that can trigger some people. For sure, it can trigger some people because they're greedy and they're selfish. And that's what I'm saying. Like, um, fuck people. Like, I've moved a lot of times, but I feel most protected here because, like I said, they are praying morning, afternoon, and night to the ancestors and the deities. And even right now, we're in this 10-day period where they invite them all down to eat with them and to hang out with the families for like 10 or 13 days. So I feel really strongly protected here. And whatever that she asked me to say Bali. And so when I broke the curse, I became super fucking strong, and the black magic or the psychosis fucking went away. But yeah, they took me down. They took me all the way down to the cliff. They tried to get me to jump. They fucking threw my bike in a fucking bush like crazy shit, girl. Like, you have no idea. So, yeah, I don't mean to be like insensitive when people are like, people are trying to break into my house. Like, bitch, call the police or move your house. Like, do you have the capacity? Like, you know? I did all of that, but they're all against me, and that's why I won't go back to fucking America, bro, because I did that for years, and all of these people abused me, and they would try to fucking put me in jail and charge me for fucking shit every time. So I have no interest until that fucking system and whatever, until all of that government is fucking collapsed. You're not going to see me going back to America. That's for sure. That's why I'm here in this little fucking prison style room, is because they don't know where I am. Nobody actually knows where I am. I mean, whatever, whoever these fucktards are watching me, like in the vicinity of me, um, to some extent, but all the rest of the people, I don't think that they really know where I am. Otherwise, I'd be here, or they've already been reprimanded by higher up authorities to where they realize that they can't stress me out. Basically, they realize that because every time they stress me out, like crazy shit would happen. You ever seen that show, WandaVision? So basically, from what I can understand, from what they explained to me, from what the guides explained to me, from what I channel, to put it in a reality where you can understand, is a little bit like WandaVision. If you watch that, if not, go check it out. It's pretty interesting. Where they're keeping her in a containment. So it's a little bit like WandaVision, a little bit like Truman Show, and a little bit like what's her name? Like Storm from the X-Men. So because I can harness and work with different elements, like I'm one of the, like, this is the last airbender, last waterbender. Well, I can work with water, fire, and air to my extent so far. I'm not sure about the earth, probably because I can cause earthquakes and volcanoes to erupt. But yeah, what they started realizing is every time they fucking freak me out, like there was somebody's fucking house would flood, multiple people's house would flood that were fucking going after me, or shit would catch on fire or whatever. So I think they realized after a certain amount of time, she's actually not doing any spell work against us, but all the shit's coming back. And a lot of it was returned to sender. A lot of it was deities and ancestors reciprocating the energy of hate. So a little bit like that. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of intense because of my power, but it's something that was passed down. It's some really old energy that's passed down from, I think, my Italian side, and then I have like a lot of Native Americans. So there's a lot of energy, a lot of really ancient energy that's in my being that I possess. So yeah, it's a little bit, it's a lot, it's a lot. It's actually a lot, but I'm chill. I just come on here every day and do my lives, because that's what they asked me to do, right? It's in my North Node to, my North Node is in Gemini, so this is about communication. 12th house is about spirituality, communicating about spirituality. Like, I think that's what I'm doing. I think I'm following my divine mission, and I feel good about that. So as long as we're all in that following our divine mission, then we will be divinely guided and divinely protected, but not when we're in a state of fear or lack or scarcity. But yeah, that is why I fucking came here, and that's why I just kind of like until I feel safe, like I'm not really going anywhere. That's why I told you guys, even though I'm fucking pissed because my drum-based community has been a large community for me my whole life, the fucking management and shit there, like they're part of the people that try to poison me. They're trying to be people that try to fucking off me. Like I don't feel comfortable to go somewhere where I gotta be worried about a bunch of motherfucking gangsters that want to kill me because my ex told some big fucking stories when all I said is everybody just leave me the fuck alone. I'm out. You know? I went and paid all of those fucking dealers, all of those plugs. I paid them all out of fucking cash and said, we're out. We're done. Are we cool? Human to human? We're done. So they still wanted to do it. So if they all go down, that's what they fucking get. Because when you don't respect the motherfucking goddess, she'll put your fucking face right in your shit and rub it around until you fucking. So, think your shit don't stink? Well, let me know when your face is in it, bitch. So, anyways, the goddess demands that I save Bali or they're saving Bali. Maybe I just woke them up and now they're all doing it and I just get to fucking take naps every day. I'm cool with that. I mean, it would be a lot cooler to be going around, but whatever. Like, I know I'm protected and I know they're sending backup and I know everything is all good. I know that I'm in a safe place and I know that here, like, I literally went to try to go to everybody I know to try to ask for help in America and like nobody did anything. Actually, I went to see my family after Christmas and my mom let her husband fucking beat the shit out of me and say all these terrible things. Fucking hawk loogie, spit in my face. I fucking left with 1.5 black eyes and a fractured fucking hand. So when people are like, oh, well, that happened to you when you were a child. Yes, it happened to me my entire childhood and last year. This isn't a fucking old scenario. This motherfucker beat the fuck out of me last year. And if you're sick and dying this year, you're going to suffer because you made me suffer for my entire existence. So for your entire eternity, you're going to suffer. And since this bitch fucking sealed herself to you for all eternity, she's going to fucking suffer. Sever the tie or suffer throughout eternity. But bye-bye. Peace out, bitches. I don't give a fuck. No, it's just a room. I'm just in a room. This is just a room. I just ran a fucking tiny little room because they fucked everything. They fucked everything. The accounts and everything else. So, yeah. What are you gonna do? That's why when people fucking complain to me, I'm like, bitch, literally, I'm not the one to complain to. Go complain to somebody who fucking cares because I'm not the one. I mean, I'll be compassionate, but what I've experienced in life, like I literally don't want to hear people fucking whining or playing the victim. Cause literally I could out victim anybody in any fucking moment of any day of any week. Everybody's like, but you don't look like that. When I started getting better and I was like, I need fucking money. I'm gonna lose my fucking foot and my fucking leg because actually when they sewed this up, I contracted MRSA, MRSA staph infection, and I almost lost my fucking foot and my leg from that sew up. I didn't lose my life from getting hit and ran over and drugged by a truck and left on the side of the road for dead. No. This shitty fucking stitch up in the Ganesha clinic why I contracted MRSA staph infection. And I should fucking sue them for that shit too, for the fucking clinic not being fucking clean. So Indonesia, you gonna give me my residency? Or are we gonna sue everybody? Because I'm happy either way. Fuck you, pay me. That's where I'm at. Immigration, government, fucking police, everybody. Everybody was in on it. They all take payouts because we're in a corrupt country. Now, Everybody can say whatever they want. Every country is fucking corrupt. Here, they're just more obvious that they fucking take payouts. So, all of my art is mostly on Instagram. My Instagrams are down below. So as always, guys, I am going to hop off because now it's 3 a.m. and I want to go to bed because my cat's going to wake me up in 3 hours and I need to get at least 2 REM cycles in. That would be lovely if it was possible. Um, my Instagrams are down below. If you guys feel the lovely kindness in your heart, my PayPal is down below. Everything, anything helps to support me and the channel and my healing journey, and to keep bringing you guys content and to keep being able to pay for power, electricity, my phone, etc. Things like this. I'm trying to get my phone turned back on, trying to actually get a new device so I can actually have YouTube Studio and do some other stuff maybe if I get off these fucking hack devices. But there's a lot that's got to go on. But yeah, also for somebody, for whoever was saying this before, you don't have to have PayPal to donate to PayPal. You can make a donation as a friends and family donation or whatever to PayPal, whether you have it or not. You can do it via bank or ATM card. It's totally possible. Had many people do it. So, as always, guys, infinite blessings, love, and light. I appreciate all your energy, your presence, your conversation. Hey, Believe, good to see you. All of your love and your energy, as always. If you're doing the work, I'm proud of you. You got this. Keep going. You are worthy, most importantly. It is your divine birthright to be worthy and have access to the abundance that is this beautiful creation. If nobody told you today, you're awesome, you're amazing, you're beautiful. I love you. You got this. You're on your own, but you're not alone. Keep going. Matriarchy, meow. Fuck the patriarchy and ciao for meow, Zoe out. Night night.